Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the racing world here and now in 2025. I hope you have all had happy holidays and a fantastic new year, but we are here live from the Algarve International Circuit in Portimao, Portugal for the iRacing Team Endurance Series powered by Champion Motorsport here on Apex Racing TV. We'll have qualifying coming up firstly, which each team will get free independence lap on the circuit in about a 15-minute session, followed by the race, which is 3 hours around this fairly new constructed circuit made in 2008. My name is Ashley Denman. Alongside me in the box this evening, the splendid Charles Boschel and our standout production manager, keeping everything running behind the scenes, Samuli Kumo. And Charles, welcome along here to the third round of this championship. We're just under the halfway mark in the series. We've seen two extremely different races so far. How are you doing, first of all? And secondly, how are you feeling about the circuit and the race to come?
Yeah, Ash, thanks. Happy holidays to you as well. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. New year, we've got a new season of iRacing with some big changes that have been put in place with the iRacing service. And yeah, this is once again it's not even just a new track for iRacing, it's a new track kind of in general. But it's only been in iRacing for just a couple of seasons. So looks like it's going to be well used. Very, very interesting track. I've been trying to think of an analog that, other people would kind of, recognize as, but I don't think there is one. I think it's pretty unique. Just based on the elevation changes, and it's a wide track, but still some very, very tight cornering. So looking forward to a really, really fantastic race today.
Yeah, you're quite right. I think Lando Norris, Formula One fame, described it as the roller coaster, and I think quite rightly so, as you say, with the undulations of the circuit itself, up and down, left and right. Sweeping corners. It reminds you very much of the old school circuits in the bygone era, but of course it was made in modern times. And yeah, brilliant. It is a brilliant circuit. I love driving it myself, and it should produce some brilliant overtaking action, brilliant racing action. But I think this multi-class race that we've got to come is going to be fairly interesting because it is quite a short lap.
Yeah, less than 3 miles, so not even 5 kilometers long. So, the laps are going to come thick and fast when the top class is doing a sub 130. It's going to be once again, it's going to be lots and lots of passes, lots of battles on track. And generally speaking, when you have a tighter track like this, that's going to mean more multi-class overtaking. Because of the kind of the difference in the pace between the top class, the LMDH class, and the GT3s.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Well, we've obviously got qualifying first of all. Why don't we take a look then at the standings, if Samuli has them for us, and we can see the breakdown of this championship after the first 2 rounds. 100 Force there is top of your LMDH class, followed by Team Tenuto, 57 and 53 points respectively, and following up pretty close in third there is Hyperion Racing. Solpec Precision Racing, 110. They are joint fourth with Team FFSR. 6th is CRF Motorsport, with 7th being Moose Motorsport. RD Simsport is 8th with Solpec Precision. The 171 car is in 9th with Team FFSR. Cinderella is your top 10. RD Simsport 2 is 11th, Team Punk Crew Pink 12th, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue 13th, and then the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster 14th, Punkaroo Grey 15th, Wild Deuce Racecraft 16th, and the German Pitbulls 17th, with iRTES Sim Racing in 18th position. I think that might be all the LMDHs. Moving on to the LMP2s. Punkaroo Pink, sorry, not pink, the blue. They're leading the championship with 67 there. Pneumatic Motorsports Purple is tied second with 60 points with Echelon Simsport. That's going to be quite a tight championship looking at it. And with only 9 cars here this evening, points are definitely up for grabs and going to be worth quite a lot. Punkaroo Gold is 4th with Team FFSR Mason Curry Dubai. They're 5th. Dog Bear Bark is 6th with Blue Chip Racing Black is 7th. West Coast Racing Endurance Blue 8th with the initial 3 racing in 9th. Sim HQ Motorsport White is 10th and Bear Pope Prototipo is 11th. Charles, take the GT3s away.
Absolutely. In the GT3 Pro category, Bear Pope Workers Union leads 57 points. Solpec Precision Racing, the 113 car, with 56. ARC Motorsports Pro 55 in third place, only 2 points basically separating the top three. Team Tenuto 144 in fourth, Tectonic in fifth, Penguin RC Pro in sixth, Sonic Racing Team in seventh, Hyperion Racing and Hyperion Racing 3 basically level, 8th and 9th. Fendi Racing in 10th, Echelon Simsport GT3 in 11th, Fendi Racing 396 car in 12th, PCA Sim Racing in 13th, Solpec Precision 111 in 14th, Bear Pope Enduro in 15th, RD Simsport 4 ahead of RD Simsport 3 in 16th and 17th in the Pro category. In the AM class, we've got Going Racing Ruby, even points, but leading the championship over Fendi Racing 383. Penguin RC AM just a point back in third. Backpain and iStrain Racing Team in fourth. Bear Pope Zero in fifth. CMS Racing Titanium in sixth. Moranis M Squad in seventh. Longhorn Racing in eighth. Solpec Precision 112 in ninth. Going Racing Sapphire in 10th. CMS Racing Endurance in 11th. Lunatic Racing in 12th, Longhorn Racing Chrome in 13th, Fendi Racing 283 in 14th, and Punk Crew White rounds out the 15-car AM class. And it looks like we're still in a practice session. That's okay. With about 7 minutes or so left to go, I do hear race control going over the driver's briefing, so all the drivers are in there. Listening attentively as they're going through the final practice session, and qualifying will start here in about 6 minutes time.
Oh yeah, the embarrassment of forgetting to switch your mic back on. We've all done it.
We've all done it.
Yeah, no, you're quite right though, Charles. They're just having their drivers briefing now as we get the countdown towards qualifying to start. Maybe we can talk about the circuit itself a little bit. Of course, it was broke ground, I believe, in about 2007, maybe beginning of 2008. Can't quite remember the exact date, but it was finished in the later on in 2008 and held its first race later that year as well. And it's, like we say, it's a brand new circuit in that aspect, very new, very recent, as we get a few cars out on circuit just to do their final few minutes of practice. But we've already touched on it. It's very undulated, very tricky in that aspect. So some of these braking zones, I'm thinking particularly down towards turn number 1, turn number 5, the track dips as you go into your braking zone. It's going to be quite interesting in terms of cars not trying to lock their tires.
Yeah, the top two classes, the LMDH and the LMP2s, do not have analog brakes. So anytime you get some elevation or braking zone, think Road America Turn 6 goes under that walkover bridge as the crest of the hill, and you're trying to hit a braking zone, and just the tendency to lock up is pretty severe. I can imagine there's a few corners here that are going to be very similar to that, so that'll be something we'll have to watch out for during the course of the race.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. And, some parts of the circuit does have a lot of runoff. Of course, it is quite narrow in some aspects as well. Gravel traps are not far away from the edge of the circuit on some sections. So that new system brought into iRacing with the whole debris overhaul, if you want to call it that, definitely going to probably come into play this evening. I'm thinking particularly where we're watching the drivers drive over the hump now, down towards Craig Jones' corner. You can easily run it wide over that crest, and it's very blind there as well. It's easy to dip a toe in, and that's going to bring debris onto the circuit, the gravel, and that's going to be a different challenge for these drivers out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of touched on it a little bit about some of the changes in iRacing. That is one of them, along with that new tire model. So you've got the new debris, which is not just visual. It actually does bring debris onto the track. And so you get offline, you get into a marbles, you're going to experience a lot more problems braking, especially, with a little contact there. Then you start bringing gravel onto the track, as you'll see this car do here just in a minute if he doesn't tow back. Looks like he's towing back. So yeah, that's just another added element that these drivers are going to have to be aware of, that you come through a corner exit, and there's a big patch of gravel out there. You're going to pick it up on your tires, and it's going to take a little bit to get that worn back off. So if you're coming up to a braking zone, you've got to be very careful.
Yeah, I can speak from experience as well. I've been getting back into a bit of racing myself, and Zolder a week ago, same problem, debris on the circuit, tries to go around the corner and the car was not having it. So yeah, it's going to be new for everybody out there. Of course, they would have put the time and the hours in to make sure that they're on it and absolutely pinpoint to perfection, but it's still going to potentially catch a few drivers out. And I think that also is somewhat the circuit itself, like I've said, that blind crest after turn number 7, I believe it is, or maybe it's number 8, Samsung, over the blind crest, but then you're going up towards another blind crested corner of Portimao, and that's going to be another interesting factor with the multi-class cars. If you're coming up there steaming through in an LMDH and there's a GT3 that you can't quite see over the crest, it just adds to the fear factor almost in a way.
Absolutely, yeah. And I've been watching practice, and we talked about the braking limits for the prototypes. It looks like the GT3s are having a little bit of an issue with downforce on a few of these corners, just trying to keep the rear end behind the car more on power back on coming out of a corner as opposed to going into a corner. So you add that complexity in as well. So you've got GT3 cars that are kind of struggling to get back on pace with multi-class lapping going on. That's going to make it even more treacherous for all these drivers out here. So it's going to be, your alert level is going to be pretty high for the length of time you're actually behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's down to, again, the undulations of the circuit. It's particularly downhill. The rear suddenly goes loose. You don't quite realise it, but yeah, you never know. You all of a sudden you're facing the wrong direction, not where you want to be. It could happen in an instant as well. Complete flash before your eyes, and that's it. Race could be over with. But they've got 3 hours. I'm sure they're going to take it fairly cautiously to begin with, and then once they start building up their confidence, getting into the flow, we should see some, no doubt, fantastic moves to be made here. Particularly that turn 10, 11, such a wide entry, you can easily send one up the inside. It's a fantastic overtaking opportunity for drivers out there. As jumping on board here, Punkru Gold, Eli Singh here, currently 6th here for practice, and we've obviously got qualifying to come very shortly indeed, and they're all getting their final prep into the race to follow. And no doubt they've obviously got probably a few emotions running through their mind, a few adrenaline's high, I could imagine, as well for drivers.
Yeah, I would think so, because I think this is one of those tracks that you really want to get a good qualifying run in and try and start up toward the front if you can. We haven't talked about this yet, but weather is not a factor today, so no issues that we had at Le Mans in our last event. So dry for the entire length of the race, which is probably standard for Portugal. I would think that this is a pretty dry area, just based on seeing a lot of brownish grass, not necessarily bright green like you would see at some tracks. So that's going to take that factor out. So it's just going to be basically how close can you get to the front, and how well can you stay up there to get a good result.
Yeah, how far can you, how constantly can you be on the limit? That's, I think, going to be the key, like you say. You're also right, Charles. Portimao, known for its beaming sun, beautiful beaches, delicious seafood. The location is a favourite amongst travellers and racing goers from around the world. That's the little bit I found on the internet while searching it. So, you're spot on with what you're saying. As we get the first few cars going to make their way onto the circuit to start their qualifying run. Pat Pelchat, Solpec Precision Racing 110, the Canadian here, on his outlap, and we'll see a few cars venture out through various points of qualifying. They're all on their own individual circuits, so they've not got traffic to deal with or anything like that. They've got 3 runs at trying to set the best lap time possible, and of course, like you say, qualifying could be key around this circuit, but the fact that you have got no one else on circuit means you don't have to get it done and over with all too quickly. You might wait until later on to see what sort of lap time you need to beat. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that you see the first flying lap for these cars probably a second or so off of the pace, just trying to get that banker lap in, so nice and easy on that first lap, and then really trying to push for those last 2. Depending, I think the tires will last for the 3 laps that they're going to be out there. So would probably see the lap times ramp up during the course of this qualifying.
I would like to think so. The track gets a bit more rubbered in as they go round and round. So yeah, you would expect them to drop, but I don't know which I would prefer if I was a driver this evening. Get out first, just get a lap in. You've not got any pressure really as such in the fact that you can't see anyone else's lap times. You've not got a target to chase. So you just do your best. You take the pressure off just a bit, or whether you wait to the end, you can see what everyone else has got, and then you're kind of like, okay, well that's what I've got to beat. What would you prefer?
I think. It depends on what obviously you look at your practice times compared to the other teams. If you you've got a shot at the pole, you may want to go out there and set an early lap and just kind of put your stamp on it. And then let the other guys chase that and maybe make a mistake, push too hard trying to get that extra tenth or two. But there's something to be said for just kind of laying back and letting people get in there and get a lap in, and then seeing what your mark is, and then pushing as much as you think you can to try and get that optimal lap time out of your qualifying attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm more go out first, and then there's slightly less pressure because you're not looking at a number to chase. That's me personally. So I'm sure everyone else feels slightly different about it. On board here though with Jared Bridwell in his RD Sim Sport as he makes his way now through the he's just finished second sector, 35.798, both in the green, but I think that's because he's the first of his class out on the circuit here as he makes his way now through Sagres, the second to last corner before you foot flat to the floor and getting ready to go through the final corner of Galp and then up over the start-finish line. It's going to be a tricky corner that this evening. The GT3s, I don't think it's quite flat, but the LMP2s and LMDHs, it certainly is. As it comes up to the line, he goes 6th fastest, not the fastest one out there, but he's not the slowest either. Can't see the actual lap time itself, but what's that, around about a 1:31, if my maths is working?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good banker lap. Just getting settled in and getting the tires up to temp, and like I said, 2.5 seconds or so off pole. So now he knows what he's got to where he's got to pick up that time. So now he can go out and try and set a little bit better lap. Probably knock 2 seconds off that time and be up toward the middle of the pack. And just see where it happens on that third lap and see if he can make it up to the pole position or not.
Absolutely. Thomas Baker here for the LMP2 class, the only man to set a time as of yet. As I say that, Echelon cross the line to pip him, and he gets moved down to second position at the moment. We've got, I think, 9 LMP2 cars here this evening, so there should be a fairly close battle amongst those guys. And it was Jason Taylor there who set the fastest, as Bear Pope Prototipo have now also crossed the line as just a few tenths in between each of these cars, but there's still more times to come. Hopefully we'll see some close racing action between the likes. I'm trying to remember who it was last time, a month ago at Le Mans, absolutely ran away with it. I want to say it was Pung Crew Pink, but maybe you can correct me on that one at some point.
Yeah, that sounds right, but I would have to go back and look to see.
I can't remember. I really can't. Yeah. But either way, we're hopefully looking for some close action here this evening at Algarve. Moving over to the GT3 Pros, you've got Bear Pope Workers Union. They're currently on provisional pole with their sister team, the Enduro Works, behind them, as Solpec Precision Racing once again looking to top the timing towers of every category they seem to be entering. Currently pole position in the LMDH, and now they've got the provisional pole for the GT3 Pros as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the times in the GT3 is pretty tight. You're only talking about 700ths of a second from the top 3. So that's kind of what you would expect to see for a qualifying. Now look at GT3 AM, 1 millisecond between Fendi 383 and Bear Pope 0. That's incredibly close. So, that's what you'll expect to see. And my guess is that the prototype times will start tightening up here as well.
That's what you would imagine as qualifying comes in. You get your eye in on the ball as well, you know, get a bit more confidence in your braking zones, in your turning points and everything else, and even on the accelerator. You know, it all starts coming together as you put the laps in. As we're jumping here to Luke Fisher, currently provisional pole then for the amateur GT3 class. And it's looking pretty neat and tidy at the moment. But like you say, it was such a close lap time between him and the Bear Pope Zero. That is absolutely fantastic. Different cars as well, so they're going to have slightly different characteristics. So the fact they are that close is very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. That's you know, the McLaren and the Ferrari. I don't know because I haven't driven the McLaren yet, so I can't really tell you. The Ferrari is kind of that the Ferrari 296 is kind of that jack of all trades car. It just does everything well. Not great in any one aspect, but it's just a great all-around car, and that's kind of what it's kind of known for. Obviously, in the GT3 Pros, we just see Solpeck in the Pro category back on pole. The gap is now 3.5 hundredths between them and Sonic Racing, and that's in the Porsche, which is that good, not necessarily the top speed, but great handling car. So we'll talk about all the differences with these GT3s, and it's just been an ongoing thing throughout this series, and it'll continue to be that way.
Yeah, here comes Nicholas going up to the line. Currently 5th for Going Racing Ruby in the amateur class. Can he improve? He's looking for it, of course. And he is currently still leading that amateur class. But a 5th here in qualifying, if that's him done, that's going to be a little bit, not bittersweet. I'm trying to find the word for it, but it's going to be hard to swallow. I think that's what I'm trying to say. It's he would be looking a bit further up, of course, but he's got what he's got. He's going to have to work with it. As Ryan here for the Sister Fendi team, then currently P8, then as he makes his way up and over that blind crest out of turn number 8, through 9, and then up to another blind crest of turn 10. 11, tricky braking zone. It's really hard to find your braking marker for that curve, simply because you can't see the corner. You don't quite know where it is until you really meet the crest, and there it is. You have to do it all real quick and all at once.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw that with Bear Pope Zero when they came through on their last qualifying lap. That first half of that corner, he was just almost sideways trying to get the car slowed down for the entry into turn 10. So yeah, it's that's going to be one of those that we'll have to keep an eye on, because I can imagine that the LMPs and the prototype both classes will be trying to make moves on the GT3 cars through that double set of corners there, trying to get that inside line as the GT cars are trying to fan out wide to just open that entry up. So I can see dives being made there during the course of this race.
Yeah, I'm definitely inclined to agree with that one. And I think coming back to that multi-class aspect of this race we're about to see is, it is quite a short circuit. We saw it at Road America earlier in the season, around number 1, where it's so short, these cars are going to catch up pretty quickly. And I think traffic, like then, is going to play a big factor in the race winner today. Who can navigate it the best and who can make sure that they get through unscathed. I think that's, most important. First of all, make sure you finish the race and then worry about where you're finishing after that. So I think that's going to be a very big factor this evening, as Julian Kramer now coming up through the final curve to finish his lap to see where he can put his LMDH up over the line. Where's he gone? Have a little look. Can't quite see it. Oh, there he is. 12th position at the moment. 130 dead. Certainly no slouch behind the wheel, I can tell you that. But I think navigation of traffic is going to be the key today.
Yeah, I think you're right, and it's not the track's wide enough to support all the passing. Is some of these corners are just very, very tight though, so that's going to be where the money's made, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, is just trying to get the traffic cleared. There's going to be a little bit of luck involved where you come up on the multi classes, where you come up on slower traffic is going to help. But getting through and getting cleared of slower traffic without absolutely demolishing people is always the challenge. is making sure that they've got room to race as well, because it's 3 races going on at the same time out here, so you don't want to ruin anybody's race to try and get an advantage over your competitors.
No, you certainly do not. Here we are, though, then, on board with Peter Sidkar. I will never get this right. Sikdar, there we go, for his RD Simsport, powering it now through turn number 4, up over another rise onto this short back straight, heading down towards turn number 5. This is one of those tricky braking zones I'm talking about, downward into the corner. You can see there, small lockup from Peter as he tries to get to the apex. I don't think he managed it on that occasion, so that's going to cost him a few tenths. And now through 6, and then this is another tricky section, 7 and 8, double right-handed apex. You're really looking to maximize the exit as you go up over the rise, then dropping all the way back down. This is that roller coaster effect that we're talking about, from Lando Norris himself when he raced here in 2020, 2021, up through turn 10, 11. Oh, gets it wrong.
Yeah. Yep, just a little too much speed coming through there. You can tell he was really trying to really push his braking points to try and maximize his speed through this lap, with a little lockups on a couple of other corners previous, and just carried too much speed and then too much entry angle there, and loops the rear of the car around.
Yeah, easily done, and I've got a funny feeling it might not be the final time we see something like that happen here. But here we are on board then, David Mendonca, as he comes over the start-finish line. Currently on provisional pole are Solpec Precision Racing. I think he's actually finishing the lap as he pulls over, but he's done what he needs to. They're on provisional pole in that pro category, and so unless there is another team out there that haven't quite finished qualifying, he's done the job he needs to. He's on provisional pole.
Yeah, it's a great job. 10th and a half over Bear Pope Zero. We'll see Scott Angelo with Radness M squad, currently in 6th, a dead heat down to the millisecond with Go In Racing Ruby. That just shows you how tight this GT3 AM class is going to be this afternoon. So it's going to be a very interesting race just within the classes themselves.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and more Radness now through the final corner. Oh, that's a bit wide. He's going to come back on, but I think that will definitely invalidate his lap as he crosses the line. Scott Angelo. And speaking of more Radness, of course, they are one of our lovely sponsors here for the iRacing Team Endurance Championship. And more Radness is a lifestyle performance brand motivated by motorsport and created by the real-life racing driver as well. And, you can discover the inspired pieces that are born at the track and made for everyday living. And, we've got the things, the likes of sort of sim racing socks, gloves, anything you can sort of think of around that sort of sim racing aspect. And I think you can even use them sort of for karting as well. They're up to that high quality grade. And so more Radness is, of course, somewhere to go and have a look and pick up some good quality stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Love some of his gear is really awesome. Puts a lot of effort into getting that produced. As well as the designing of it. Just some really awesome designs from Radness.
Yeah, certainly. Like I said, I think last time I said I had a nice pair of sim socks on my wish list. I never got them, unfortunately, but I think I'm gonna have to get them myself.
Sometimes the best gift is the ones you give to yourself. I mean, so because you always get what you want that way.
Very true indeed, and I think the reason why I liked them, they had the little grippy bits underneath. You can get some of those sort of slipper socks. They're brilliant. Yeah, they're brilliant for that kind of stuff. They grip onto the pedals. You don't have to go get shoes. You can just keep your socks on, and then you're nice and toasty as well. So, no, they do have some brilliant stuff though over at Moradness. So go and check them out if you do want some quality sim gear. As qualifying's done and dusted now though, Charles, and we've got the grid lining up, and Pat Pachette managed to secure pole position for Solpec Precision Racing. Alongside him is going to be Renard in his virtual drivers. Ben Ford is 3rd for CRF, and Mitchell Dobson for Moose Motorsport. That's a nice result for Moose Motorsport there in 4th position. Nicholas Maynard 5th for 100 Force. They're running their new green and white livery this evening. Keep an eye out for that one. With Bradley Holly in the sister Solpec in 6th. Pat Lambrossi in Team Tenuto is 7th. Alongside him is Pierrick Yeah, not going to try. Pierrick in 8th for Team FFSR. Alexander Kurtz for Hyperion Racing is 9th, with Jared Bridwell in RD Simsport for 10th. Justin Hess is 11th, with Julian Kramer in the German Pitbulls for 12th position. I don't think that's all of them. No, it's not. Dan Hoydayer in Team FFSR as well. He's 13th, with Nick Paquin in 14th. Gavin Bond is 15th for Punkru Grey, with Peter Sikdar in RD Simsport 2 16th. Jeff Williams 17th in the Wild Doos Racecraft, and Cal Young rounds out the grid for Team Cal Young as well.
Interesting. All right, yeah. So let's go to the LMP2. Scott Haddock from Punk Crew Blue on pole for the LMP2 class. Jeremy Del Pierre for Team FFSR in second. Jason Taylor, Echelon Sim Sport in third. Darren Mowbray, Sim HQ Motorsports White in fourth. So we go to row 3 of the LMP2 grid. James Stacey for Pneumatic Motorsports. Luke Patrick, West Coast Racing Endurance in 6th. Thomas Baker, Blue Chip Racing Black in 7th. Dick Mueller and 8th for Dog Bear Bark. Ian Henneberry for Bear Pope Pro Tipo in 9th. And Eli Singh, Punk Crew Gold, rounds out your LMP2 class.
David Mendonca is pole position for Solpec in the GT3 Pro class, with Miguel alongside him in second. Mikhail Hooper is third for Bearpoint Workers Union, with James Logsdon in fourth. Sammy Hendricks managed to get fifth for Team Tenuto, with Derek Heiberger in sixth for Hyperion Racing. Blake Reynolds is seventh in the Sister Solpec for the Pro category, and Daniel Mills alongside him in eighth with RD Simsport. Michael Gonzalez for Penguin RC, the Pro car, is 9th, with Josiah Farrow for Hyperion Racing in 10th. Jamie Hooper is 11th, with Spencer Reitzmer alongside him for Echelon. Andrew Guma for Fendi Racing 13th, with Christopher Pites for PCA Sim Racing 14th. Marius Blendaya is 15th, with Lucas Holler alongside 16th, and Zane Khan rounds out the Pro grid.
Yeah, for the AM grid, we've got Luke Fisher for Fendi 383, Mikko Kuitinen for Bear Prop Zero in second, Matt Kingsbury, Penguin RC AM in third, Kevin Ayers, CMS Racing Titanium in fourth, Nicholas Gowen for Gowen Racing Ruby in fifth, Scott Angelo, Miranda Sim Squad sixth, Mark Johnson, Longhorn Racing Carbon in seventh, Ryan Gibato and Fendi Racing 283 in eighth, Michael Hickman, Punk Crew White in 9th, Josh Gowen for Gowen Racing Sapphire in 10th, Mark Caitlin in 11th for Solpec Precision Racing, Zachary Livingood, Backpan Eye Strain in 12th. So we roll up. We've got Alex Wright in Lunatic Racing in 13th, Brian Blanchett, CMS Racing Endurance in 14th, and Phil Elmore, Longhorn Racing Chrome in 15th in the final spot on the grid.
Fantastic. Well, that is our entire grid. I don't think I'll ever not smile at hearing back pain and eye strain. I think it will constantly give me a giggle every single time. But here we are then, getting ready to go for 3 hours here at the Algarve International Circuit in Portimao, Portugal. As we can see, the pace car holding the LMDH class at the moment as they make their way through turn 12. And getting ready to go. So once that pace car disappears off into the pits, it's all go from there. But the front car, Solpec Precision, will decide when they want to accelerate off under green flag conditions. So once that pace car pits off, he effectively sort of becomes the pace car for a brief moment. And when he decides to go is when we will go racing. 14th curve now, 1 corner to go, and we'll get under these green conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's just kind of getting antsy. You see Solpec really just climbing on the back of the iRacing pace car. He's ready to go. So I can imagine that once we get around and the pace car dropped off, he may just jump right at the very beginning. So we'll find out here just in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, you're sort of trying to keep your nerves under check here as you're lined up, waiting up over the rise onto the start-finish straight. And we will be going any moment now, I'm sure. Waiting. When are they going to go? Green flag, foot to the floor, all the way down, and away they're off. down towards turn number 1. This is going to be an interesting corner for the first time. Cars side by side. They're free wide there in the mid-pack. Swooping around the outside there, though. Bradley Holly. Oh, there's a car on its roof. A car on its roof. Up and over. That's Mitchell Dobson for Moose Motorsport. No. Sorry,
Yeah,
it's not Mitchell. No, it's not Mitchell Dobson. He's still going. What was the other car?
It was Delta SimSport car, I believe.
Oh, that's Pat Labrosse for Team Tenuto. That's devastating start, but what a dramatic one. On his roof.
Oh, no.
Where are we
Another
now
car
with the
swung.
LMP2s? Back up to LMTHs. It's all happening here in the opening lap. The LMP2s are also underway now as a Team FFSR have managed to get into the lead. Punk Crew Blue are second as they're all jostling for position on this first lap. Echelon holding off third for the time being as they now file their way through 7 and 8. Double right-handed apex and then up over the blind crest before you dip down once again. The GT3 is also underway. David Mendonca is still leading that category. Sonic Racing Team is second. They seem to have sorted themselves out pretty quickly here early on. But the talk at the moment is that car on its roof, Team Tenuto, and they've had a hell of a ride so far, and it's such a shame to see them out in such a dramatic way early on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just jumped on, we're here with James Logsdon. Logsdon in P6 in the brand new Acura NSX GT3 car, which has just made its debut in iRacing. We did have a couple of teams switch over to that, so we'll talk about that as we go forward. We did have the new Ferrari 499, but nobody decided to switch to that, so it was surprising in the LMDH class. As we still see a nice battle of Logsdon, just seems like he's falling back a little bit. Maybe he's just struggling to get the tires up to temp, or maybe he's offline and he's just having a little bit of an issue getting back up to speed. Looks like he's in the line now, though.
Yeah, absolutely. They do look pretty line astern as they make their way through the final corner to finish their first lap here then of this 3-hour race. And David Hoydea for Team FFSR going through the pit lane. I wonder, has he picked up a penalty? Because I don't think he's made a stop there. Pit exit. That could have been a drive-through for Dan there. And he's found himself now well out amongst the GT3 category. So he's going to have to start trying to pick his way through this field. That's going to be easier said than done when they're all fighting for position, and they're going to be fighting hard because it's the early lap. Every single space really can make a position up.
Yeah, absolutely. He gets a little bit of extra practice working his way through the slower traffic. Not what you want to do when they're all basically in a straight line. As you can see, there was a little car, a Porsche that was offline a little bit, maybe a little late on the brakes. So he's got his work cut out for him because they're all pretty well packed up together. So he's going to have to just take his time and be patient to work his way through. And then he's got to deal with the LMP2 cars after this.
Yeah, absolutely does. I was just trying to have a little look back at the replay of what happened on lap number 1 with Moose Motorsport and Team Tenuto, and it just looks like Moose Motorsport lost the rear of the car, tried to catch it, but in doing so went right across the nose of Team Tenuto and flipped him in the front. No. That's Jared Bridwell having a moment down towards turn number 2 by the looks of it, or it would have been through turn number 1, really and truthfully, getting it all sorts of wrong. But he's down in 15th now, still up with the LMDH pack though, so he hasn't lost out as much as some of the other drivers have here early on. It doesn't look like there's any damage, so he'll continue on forward. No,
but you got a good view if you were paying attention of the debris system, where he was just basically tracking gravel all the way down the outside of the track there as he was trying to work his way back to speed to get back into the racing line. Just dragging gravel with him as he went. So it'll be something we'll have to watch out for later on in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Haddock has managed to regain the lead here for the LMP2 class. He's got Echelon SimSport close for company though, just half a second back. So this is going to be a nice battle, I'm sure, going deeper and deeper into this race. But looking good so far at the moment. And yeah, I'm trying to think who it was that took the lead early on. I think it was Team FFSR. They're now some 9 seconds off the leader. So something clearly happening there. But Jason Taylor is keeping the Punk Crew Blue team honest, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that just there. It is a little bit of a gap back to P3. SimHQ's about 2 seconds back of the leader. So these guys have managed to get off to a really good start. And we'll see if that battle continues, if they're able to stretch that gap, or if they're going to start battling amongst themselves. And that's going to allow the rest of that, as you see them moving down, looking to the inside, but decides not to. Obviously, as these guys start battling through corners, it's just going to allow those the cars behind to pull back in and make that battle, just even that much more dramatic.
Yeah, absolutely. Darren Mowbray here, Sim HQ. He's just 2 seconds off the LMP2 lead, so he's not far back. He's not completely out of it, but obviously this is still very early days, so it'll be interesting to see if this gap opens up, but he's got people keeping him company as well. That's Luke Patrick for West Coast Racing. You've got Pneumatic Motorsport Purple not far behind either, and Bearpoke Prototipo there in 5th. I think they've had quite a good start, if I'm not mistaken, because they qualified very much a bit further down. So currently 6th for Bearpoke Prototipo. That's a really good start for them guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's up 6 positions since the start of the race, so they've had a really, really good start to this race, and so he's now looking forward to say, okay, how many more spots can I make up here in this first 10?
Yeah, he certainly will be trying to get everything he can out of that car, and if positions are up for grabs, absolutely take them with both hands. We're looking at David Mendonca here, still leading the GT3 class. This is Porsche versus Ferrari then at the moment. Sonic Racing team there chasing them down, only a few tenths separating them, as that's another off. That's Pauchet. That was your race leader. He's had an off. What has happened to Pat Pauchet? I wonder if we can get a replay of that, Samuli. It'd be interesting to see. Here we go then. Replay down towards turn number 3. 2 cars side by side. Now up the rise of 4. Pauchet just gets nudged around from behind. Double whammy.
The 33 car.
Alexander Kurt, Hyperion Racing.
Wow. Just nowhere for him to go. It looks like Pelchat was just on the inside line there and maybe struggled a little bit trying to keep the rear of the car underneath him as he was trying to get back up through the gears, and got a little tap from behind from P2 and sent him around and right into the direction of the 33. So 2 cars damaged there in that incident.
Yeah, absolutely, but it does mean we have a big change for the lead in the LMDH class. The CRF Motorsport lead that category now. We are riding currently on board with David Heiberger though for Hyperion Racing. So they've just lost their LMDH car by the seams of things, but currently 5th here for the GT3 Pro class, at least anyway, and still very much in it. Blake Reynolds for Solpec. Look at that. They were fighting in the LMDH. They're fighting here for GT3, the 2 teams. And here goes Blake Reynolds now. Down the inside, turn number 5. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he does. Clips the apex nicely. That is a good overtake.
That was a good overtake by the Corvette, the 113 car, Solpec. Great job just working his braking zone and able to sneak down to the inside and make the pass.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from both drivers. Of course, attacking, defending and keeping it clean. That's the aim of the game, and fair play to them. Currently then on lap 6 at the moment of God knows how many. We'll have to keep an eye on that one, but we're just under 9 minutes into this 3-hour race, as we can see now here. As the LMDH is catching up to the GT3 class for the first time. That did not take long at all, so I wonder how many laps they're going to have on this field, and that does mean then, like I said earlier, lots of overtaking and navigating the traffic. Definitely going to be a big thing in this race.
Oh, for sure. They're already on lap 6 and they're already kind of working their way through the back of the GT3 field. So it's going to be many times through for these GT or the LMDH cars.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Ben Ford making his way over the start-finish line to begin lap number 7, and he'll dive down the inside of that GT3 car as Renard in second then for virtual drivers, powered by Thrustmaster as well, down the inside of more GT3 cars through turn number 3. That's the Penguin RC car there, you can see. Is that a McLaren they've switched over to, or were they always McLaren? I can't remember.
I think they were in a McLaren last race as well.
Maybe it's just me then misremembering, but either way, yeah, racing. I've just looked over to my Sorry,
no.
yeah, that's what I just saw. That's exactly what I just saw. So Willie just picked it up. I just saw an LMDH go into a GT3, and that is very much a stricken soul pet car. That's Blake Reynolds.
He
Look
needs
at the
to
back
tow
of it.
that. He needs to tow that. He doesn't want to pick up. He doesn't want to make a mistake and collect another car while that car is crabbing that severely. He's trying to bring it back, but I think it's just better to just go ahead and tow it. Yeah.
He's given up. I don't blame him. Yeah,
I don't blame him either.
I think we're going to see what I just picked up on my iRacing itself. Down towards turn 5, late on the brakes. Here comes, look at the GT3 in the back. Here it comes. And there it goes.
Yeah, just a lock up from the that Cadillac LMDH car on the inside. Could not get the car stopped. We talked about that at the beginning, before the race, that those braking zones were going to be very dangerous. And you see why. Obviously, locks up going down in there, can't get the car stopped, and takes out the Corvette.
Yeah, that is one of those tricky braking zones that I mentioned as well. That turn 5, it drops down quite aggressively, and it's very easy to lock up because the car becomes quite light, particularly for the top 2 categories, LMP2, LMDH. They don't have the ABS to help them. That's the anti-brake lock system. So they're relying purely on their feel in their left leg to get the car stopped themselves, and all their skill and talent coming into full fruition. And yeah, it's a shame. Got it ever so slightly wrong. Small lock-up, and that was the consequences of that.
And I think on top of that, I think that the LMDH class cars, and I'm going to go with some team members who are much more knowledgeable with these cars than I am, have told me that when you get down on these brakes, it wants to move the brake bias to the rear of the car. And so once you do that, then it's just another car that's lunatic off. Like they've had contact with somebody, did not see who that was. I'll have to keep an eye on that and see if we can get a replay. But it moves the braking force back to the back of the car, which during that change, the harder you press on the brakes, the more severe that becomes, and you see that where the car just wants to turn around backwards. Couldn't get the car stopped. It just didn't brake hard enough. And that was self-inflicted on his part. Just get the back of that Mercedes of Going Racing Sapphire.
I wonder if that Mercedes has damaged there. Now, that's a bit of a whack to the back. So, yeah, interesting stuff there. But, yeah, like you say, just struggled to get it stopped. Josh seems to be going quite well, though, still here. He's currently 14th in the GT3 amateur class. So, not his best performance. We saw, a month ago at Le Mans, he really was showing some strong pace with his brother as well in the Ruby car. I think they were in the top 3 for the amateur category, so they really were doing well. And yeah, that's a real shame. No fault of his own, just a passenger.
Yeah, and you can see the damage on the left rear, and it looks significant enough that I wonder if he had a little bit of a wheel or suspension damage. Because that was a pretty serious whack. You could see the damage on the front of McLaren. So makes you wonder if he does have wheel damage on that left rear, which will make that car very difficult to drive.
Yeah, certainly would do. Just got a little look there at the strength of field for each category, the highest being the GT3 Pros with a 4.2 K rating, LMDH 3.6, 2.3 for the LMP2s and 2.4 for the amateur GT3s. And Charles, I think you've touched on it every single session and you word it so well, but they're amateurs in name, but in terms of skill and talent, what it is, they're just less experienced, isn't it?
That's absolutely right. Yeah, it takes as we talked about before, because the prototypes don't have analog brakes. It makes your talent level, even though they may be considered an amateur class or amateur drivers, it takes quite a bit of skill to drive these prototype cars. That's why I drive the GT3s. so and even the AMs in the GT3 cars are good drivers. 2.4K average still is in the top 30% or so of iRacing. So the median. As we see cars come together behind this battle there, like it was the Luke Patrick, West Coast Racing.
Looks like a car park almost on the exit of 14 there. The amount of them trying to find their way through. I think this is some of the LMP2s now catching up to the back of the GT3, so they're trying to find their way through the traffic. And the exit of 14 there, they're kind of on a level playing field as you go through 14, both categories of car, but then on the exit, the LMP2s will be able to get on the power a bit quicker with the extra downforce and then fire it through turn 15. So that's then where the differences start to set in. But yeah, just a few of them struggling to find some racing space, try and find their way through. But they're just about managing it all together. As James Stacey here in fourth for the moment for Pneumatic Motorsport, as now finds his way through some GT3 traffic as well.
Yeah, I think they got caught up behind a battle in the GT3 class and just didn't really have anywhere to go. And they had to kind of wait for those cars to settle it amongst themselves so they could get a little bit of racing room to get around. And so they've done a good job so far. The LMP2 class is still pretty tight as we see Scott Angelo in the Miranda's car sliding through the gravel there. That's what that gravel trap is for, is to arrest the car's speed. To keep them from hitting the wall. So no harm, no foul, at least as far as I can tell. But you can see it once again. We'll start seeing this more and more. You'll start seeing these areas of exits of corners where there's a nice little chunk of gravel spray on the outside of some of these corners that we'll have to just keep an eye on.
Absolutely. Matt Kingsbury there in third for the GT3 amateur class. He's currently racing with, I think it briefly saw their 16th position in the pro class. So certainly no slouches, these amateur drivers. They can keep up with the real quick guys that you consider the professionals of the class. So doing a brilliant job there, Ryan, for Fendi Racing, not far behind either in fourth in his Porsche. He's actually now right behind third for his category. So some good racing as they've got more traffic trying to lap them. And I think now the LMDHs are slowly coming up onto the back of the LMP2. So keep an eye out for that because it's going to be a bit trickier to pass those guys. Oh, that's a big collision there though. Oh no, that's Penguin Racing out as well into the barrier. That's been a bit of a concertina. I think Scott Haddock there got the brunt of it from a GT3 and that just caused a chain reaction.
Wow. Yeah. I think we've identified a couple of the trouble spots on the track. It seems like that there's just going to be more and more as we see this group. We see the Scott Haddock moving to the inside. Looks like he's going to try and make a move down. Oh, and then the Porsche moves out as well. And I think the Porsche actually initiated the contact with the 22 of Punkru Blue. And so it looks like the Porsche was actually kind of the instigator of that and just sent the LMP2 around in front of the Penguin RC car. Do you see him move down? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I think the Penguin car maybe broke a little bit earlier than the Porsche thought, and he might have saw the traffic on the inside, so he wanted to make sure he had a good clean run through the corner, allow the LMP2 through, and obviously Porsche decided I'm going to try and sneak to the inside and just didn't have the room.
No, I was going to say I know what he was trying to do. He's trying to dip up and under the LMP car just so that then he could take the inside line and get the position on the driver he was racing. Michael Gonzalez, he's still 6th position for the pro category here, so he's actually still doing A-OK in that class. He hasn't lost too much time by the seams of things, so fair play to him. Of course, coming back from that, was it the amateurs? I can't remember. Either way, Penguin RC, they're still doing pretty well in this race so far. One thing I did notice, Charles, from that lap 1 incident between Moose Motorsport and Team Tenuto, Moose Motorsport have been given the black flag, so they have been disqualified.
That's obviously probably the harshest penalty they can give, and it's a shame. Obviously, lap 1 incidents are kind of more prevalent. There's usually a special set of circumstances for lap 1 incidents. Obviously, the stewards thought that was egregious enough that they're not going to let the Moose Motorsports car back on the track. And we'll see if that's a penalty that maybe carries forward with later on in the series. But obviously, tough break for Moose. They'll have to kind of reset and come back for the next round.
It's it's a real shame, really. Though, such a good qualifying run, and to see how that's their race done before it really got going is it's a real shame. But we're back on board here with Ben Ford, the leader of the LMDHs. They finally started catching up to the back of the LMP2s. And look at them trying to duck and dive and weave through all the traffic down the start finish straight. And he is...
Oh no!
Oh no! That's what I was fearing. Something like that. The LMDH and the LMP2s, they're not too dissimilar in pace, and there we have it. More cars off into the gravel down there at turn 1. This is absolute scenes here at the Algarve circuit. You've got cars here, off there, and everywhere.
Yeah, you're right. There's the gap with the changes in iRacing this season. The gap is a little longer between the LMDH and the LMP2. They've been given a little bit of I want to say a boost, but with the changes that they've had, there's a little bit of an advantage, a little more of an advantage between those classes for the LMDH. But obviously, you could see, just on the way the pace of the car. Oh, as we see more contact in the LMP2 class, Eli Singh around.
Oh, that's Eli Singh, Punkrood Gold, and look at him right in the middle of the circuit. That is an awful sight to see. Find a gap. Yeah, he just about managed that one. Fair play. That is horrible. I can tell you that from experience. That is absolutely horrible to be in there. You just have to hope that everyone sees you as you come round the corner and that they can make the avoiding action necessary to not hit you, because head-on collision there, race done.
Yeah, and that was just, once again, it's one of those concertina effects. The car in the front of that 3-car group just kind of checked up more than the cars behind were expecting, and it caused the contact, and it was a hit to the front and then a hit to the rear for Singh, and the hit from the rear sent him around.
It's a real shame, but he's back under racing speed now, is Eli Singh, so that's the one consolation, let's say. As we did just see there, Bradley Holly for Solpec Racing, currently running 6th in the LMDH class. He just had a moment as well, I think out of turn 14 we just caught back on board with. So yeah, getting it all back up and under wraps again for the Solpec team. And at this moment, the way I'm seeing this race, Charles, it's a little bit of a survival game. If I'm being completely honest, it's a little bit of carnage and chaos, but it is providing a bit of a wow factor as Renard, they're really hustling his way through these, well, for him they're back markers, but he's just trying to lap the slower cars. He did find his way through, and Peter Sikdar has also managed to find his way through, following Renard there very well, very skillfully, in fact, I'd say. This has been a very good start for Peter and the RD Sim Sport.
Yeah, absolutely, having a good race and running in 3rd place. They're up 13 positions, so obviously they've managed to avoid a lot of the issues that have happened in the LMDH class. So they're having a really good run. They're only 5 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, they absolutely are. No, it really is an impressive run when you think about it like that. But I think that also then goes back to sort of the navigating the traffic effectively. It's probably being, the front 2 or most of the cars in front held up just at the wrong time, and they've been able to navigate, you would say, up to this point, probably with a bit of perfection. And they're reaping the benefits of that. Dick Mueller there for 4th, and Punkrood Blue with Scott Haddock 5th in the LMP2 class. They're still racing away very hard here, only separated by half a second, as that's another car. No, it's Peter! No! Just as we're singing his praises.
I think the curse of the commentator has struck. Doesn't look like that car is any worse for wear. It looks like he's getting back up to speed. I don't see any damage from where he was been involved in an incident. Well, maybe I take that back. Maybe on the right front, but that could have been from earlier. As we see more traffic, CRF James Hopper getting that BMW turnaround headed the right direction. He was involved with an incident with another GT3 car, and I couldn't catch who that was, but maybe we can get a replay. And here comes Samuli right on the job. And here comes Peter Sikdar around to turn 1. So far, so good. Yeah, just too much speed. I think he actually locked up the front. And we saw what happens when you get on the brakes too hard with those cars. Just kind of loop the rear end around. I think that was just him maybe missed time in that corner just a little bit.
Here's Jamie Hopper then. Same corner. A little bit of contact. Sending. Oh! I think he got a bit of his comeuppance there in a way.
I think he did.
Yeah, Ferrari. No fault of Zane there. He just sort of the car span with him in that sense, and round he went too. So, but both still back under racing, which is good. So they're not out of this just yet. And I'm also going to commend Peter once again. You could see there he tried to get back on the power to get in, but immediately saw cars are coming. I better not backed out of that. So fair play to him, playing it safe. Well done, Peter.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We want our rejoins to be clean. We don't want to, as I tell my team, don't make a mistake trying to fix another mistake. Don't do something wrong and then try and immediately try and correct that problem, because most of the time you're just going to cause more problems that way. So well done to Peter for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Guma here, 10th position for GT3 Pro category. He's right up and under as that's more cars having collisions. Oh, well avoided, Andrew, making his way through. Who's that caught up? That's Sammy Hendricks currently for Team Tenuto. There was a few others involved in that as well on the exit of turn 5. There's a LMP car in there. I think another GT3 car got caught up in that as well. Here's the replay. What went down? Down to turn number 5. Oh, just absolutely caught out by it. Two LMP cars. Oh, and more. It just keeps going on. Look at that. More happening. It just really does. It's sort of a snowball effect, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly what that was. You just get multi-classes trying to go through a corner, different speeds, different entries and exits. And as you see, more and more of having this same thing. It's definitely, I kind of agree with you. It looks like it's going to end up being one of those races of attrition where you're going to have to just be, where you don't have to be the fastest car on the track. If you just manage to stay out of everybody's way, you might have a good race.
I think that is what this is going to come down to. We've seen a few more sort of under reviews of investigation going on for different racing instances. I really am glad I'm not in the stewarding booth. That's all I will say, because they have got their work cut out for them, this team. Absolutely. I can tell you that now.
Absolutely. Yeah. I did see, I think, one of the Goin GT3 cars, maybe Sapphire, got a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. So we'll have to serve that coming up here the next 2 or 3 laps. As we see more multi-class battles here. LMP2 leading, LMDH in second, passing one of the GT3 cars. And so far that was all clean. So that's well done by everybody involved there.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just realised the GT3 Pro class, we've had a change of leader. Sonic Racing Team are in their Ferrari, managed to get past Solpeck in their Porsche. So they're now your new GT3 leader in this race. Solpeck, though, not out of it. You can see them there, just in the back of shot, only 2 seconds back. So race is absolutely on for the GT3 class. Bear Pope Work Union, they're not far behind either. And you couldn't even really rule out Hyperion Racing or Penguin RC there. They're all within sort of 7 seconds of this lead. So race absolutely on for the GT3 class. It, once again, I think is going to come down to managing the traffic. And for them, of course, it's not overtaking. It's looking in your rear view mirror to see when the fast car is coming at you.
Absolutely, yeah. Is watching that mirror, you're going to have eyes in the back of your head watching these cars come through as we see them working their way down through turn 1. That was Bear Pope, and now you've got Hyperion there running in 4th in the GT3 Pro. Penguin RC Pro right behind them in 5th. So there's still a battle in the class between those two cars as one of the LMDH cars, Cadillac, works his way through. Ooh, tries to go the outside. That was probably the wrong area, but no harm, no foul. Everybody made it through cleanly.
Yeah, that's the aim of the game. Make it through cleanly and race onwards. I think that's going to be the aim of the game for this entire race. We've not even got to the half-hour mark yet, and if you think there's been plenty of action so far, well, we've still got 2.5 hours of it. I can't imagine it settling down anytime soon.
So that's the first pit stop yet.
No, we're in for the long haul.
Yeah, this is it's this is going to be a crazy 2.5 hours left in this race. because these classes are just getting more and more mixed up. So it's going to be, you're going to have to be making probably passes on, if you're an LMBH car, you're probably passing slower cars in every corner of the track.
Absolutely, as Mikko Kutunen for Bear Pope Zero here, currently second in the amateur categories, only 1.5 seconds off the leader, which is the Fendi Racing 383, as this is potentially a lineup for an actual overtake here between the two GT3 cars as they make their way now down towards turn number 12, and then the rise up again to 13. No move so far, but that blue car behind him, he's having a little look, trying to get in on this as well. This is a nice little freeway battle we've got going on here in the GT3 category. That's Marius Blendea for Tectonic Racing then. He's in the pro category. So you can see there, the amateurs really can get amongst it in the GT3 classes, and yeah, I think Bear Pope Zero showing it off right there.
Yeah, absolutely. As that Cadillac works his way through, very, very adroitly working his way through those corners to get down to that straightaway. That was, it was tight through there. Just to be honest, he did quite a bit of really good driving just to get through that little group of three.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what would help a lot of these drivers out is probably those lights that you can get that tells you car left, car right, and I tell you where you can get some. Penguin RC bringing you the top quality sim racing equipment at affordable prices, sort of including the likes of steering wheel boxes, button boxes, even kill switches, and much more, such as I said, the lights that tell you yellow flag, red flag, car left, right. You can set it all up with what they've got. So if you want to get some good sim racing equipment, Penguin RC, definitely one of the places to go.
Absolutely. I'm going to check that out. I didn't know they had those. So.
I'm pretty certain it is. If it's not the things that tell you left or right, it's definitely to tell you if the circuit is under yellow flag conditions or something like that, caution. It can really help you with making your way through multi-class traffic such as this. So yeah, definitely worth checking out.
Anything would help at this point. Even if it was just basically a stick out the window, is like you would, that would help. So yeah, anything to give you a little bit of an advantage, definitely go check out Penguin in their store online.
I think a stick might not cut it, maybe a barge pole. Is that probably what you're looking for? 10 foot long,
I was gonna go very old school and say curb feelers, but I'm not sure that translates well for some of the people who aren't American. So that's a very, very old technology.
Oh,
it was basically
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah. So basically just rebar welded on to the to the front fenders and rear fenders. That just okay, there's a curb there because you hear it scraping.
They're kind of like little cat whiskers for cars, is that?
Yeah,
aren't they?
Absolutely right.
I don't know if there'll be any benefit to GT3 multi-class racing, but either way, fantastic technology gone with the ages. Whoa! Oh, no. Look at that though. Oh, hold your brakes. Oh, touch and go there. That was very well navigated by everyone coming past. But what a shame for Spencer in Echelon. Just got clipped by one of the LMPs coming through. Spun, but luckily kept it out the wall, so no damage on that car.
Yeah. It looked like it there for a minute, but like the everything sinks back up, and it looks like the front bumper is back on the car. So that's good. So hopefully that means not as much damage as it looked like originally. So yeah, just some side-by-side contact, and he's continued on after that spin. Of course, now more gravel on the track. As we see the 47 car working through ahead of in front of back pain and eye strain, running P6 in the M class. So having a pretty good race. I think they were up 12 positions in the GT3 class overall since the start of the race. So having a really good run.
Yeah, certainly. They did well last time out at
they did
LMP at Le Mans as well. So they're having another back-to-back sort of success, if you like, at the moment. But it's still early doors. You can't, give the commentators curse to everybody out on circuit, because otherwise we won't have any cars left at that point, I don't think.
Yeah, for sure.
But either way, going well, and Nicholas Going for Going Racing Ruby right behind him, only half a second separating these two. So race is on for 6th position at the moment in the amateur class, but Penguin RC not far in front of them either, so 5th position still up for grabs as well. I think you could probably see them all there on the straight. Yes, you absolutely can. All well within touching distance of each other. Jason Taylor is now the leader of the LMP2 class. We've had another change there for the LMP2s, and I would imagine that is probably down to, like we've said, probably not going to stop saying it this evening, you know, making your way through the traffic effectively and keeping yourself out of trouble. But yeah, Echelon now leading LMP2.
Yeah, you get that nice 2-second gap over SimHQ White. And then Bear Pro Tipos up to 3rd, only 4 seconds back of the leader. So yeah, still pretty tight up in the LMP2 class for the podium positions. So that race is not over by a long shot.
It certainly is. I think a lot. I mean, when you look at it, if you look at all 4 categories, you've got 1.3 for the LMDHs, 1.3 for the LMP2s. You've got just 2 seconds there for the GT3 Pros, but you've got a second for the amateurs. So each class, they've got to fight for the lead. That's fantastic stuff, even with all the carnage going on around them.
Yeah, even with everything going on, it's a complete difference from what we had with Le Mans, where the leaders just checked out under the rain conditions. And but we still had some good battles in amongst the classes. But yeah, the race for the win was it seemingly done and dusted about an hour into that race. So as we see RD Sim Sport working around their GT3 team and then we got Bradley Holly there in P6.
Well, this is a battle for 5th in this class. So RD Simsport, that's Peter. He had that moment earlier on, but he's collected himself. He's back into a rhythm by the seams of things. He's going strong once again. But he is looking probably a little bit in his mirrors. Oh, that was a late dive. Just about pulled it off, though. My word. That Mercedes must have been clenching quite something during that corner, because that was late.
That was very, very tight. But I think that's... in some of these, that's kind of what you have to do. Unfortunately, some of these corners, it just, you know, it invites you to just make that late lunge. And for the most part, it's worked out for everybody. But obviously, we've seen the times when it didn't, and that's when you see multiple cars around, you know, in all different classes as we see them working their way around one of the Bear Poke cars in the new Acura NSX. And yeah, pretty tight battle up here. This is now basically neck and neck.
Absolutely is. Barely anything separating the two of them as they make their way down the start-finish straight here. Turn 1 coming. You can see there the elevation change down the hill. Pick your braking marker and then go for it like hell. And just to make it even harder, GT3 cars on exit. Just got to try and navigate that as you go. But the fact that they can navigate it with such pace and ferocity and not have any of those sort of incidences is incredible stuff. I really don't know how they do it. I mean, I struggled just to put laps together earlier, but here we go. These guys doing this, and whoa, that's Peter getting it wrong, and Bradley reaping the benefits on turn number 5. Through he goes to claim that position. Yep,
he's picked up that spot. Just nice move to avoid Peter, as he was kind of struggling to get through that corner with the GT traffic around him, and I think there was an LMP in there as well. But you know, he's right back on the tail of Solpeck, so that battle's not quite done and dusted yet, as we're coming up to the first pit cycle for the LMDH cars and the LMP2s.
Absolutely. I wonder if Samuli will jump to the LMP2 leader, because the gap there is closing between Echelon and SimHQ. It's not much at all. It's now half a second. There's going to be a GT3 car now in between the two of them, so that's going to open it slightly, but it is looking pretty close here. Echelon still leading, but SimHQ White closing in at quite a rapid pace, you could say. It did drop to half a second. It's opened up a little bit, but not a lot separating the two of them. It's very good racing from these guys, and yeah, as you said, Charles, coming up to the pit stops, so that's another aspect you've got to think about amongst all of this. You know, navigate the traffic, make sure you keep yourself clean, survive. You've also got to think about your pits.
Yeah, make sure you get a good clean pit entry and pit exit, because obviously we didn't talk about this. I think we talked about this before the broadcast, but pit exit's a bit treacherous, so we're going to keep our very much I would think like Fuji. Basically, you're coming right back out into the racing line down the front straight, so you got to get up to speed pretty quick and get prepared for turn one. As we saw, those cars, especially the prototype, are taking turn one with great rate of knots. So it'll be very interesting to see how all that shakes out as they're working through the pit stops here. As we're back to it's like Bear Pope Zero in the lead of the GT3 AMs, but has Fendi Racing 383 right behind him. Looks like this is a change for the lead.
It certainly looks that way, and the LMP2 car, well, the Jason Taylor in his LMP2 coming through now as well, so in between this battle for the lead of the amateur class. But yeah, I think you're quite right there. Bear Pope getting the jump on the Ferrari of Fendi Racing, and the classic battle of McLaren versus Ferrari, one for the ages, that is. And it never stops amazing you every time you sort of see that kind of stuff. As Fisher is still trying to find his way through as LMP2 cars, LMDH cars all around him, and he's trying to make sure he picks his zone on the circuit and not get caught out.
Yeah, it's, as you can tell, it's becoming increasingly more difficult to work your way around, because now as I'm watching this race, I'm seeing a fair bit of marbles on the outside of the corners. So that's going to make those cars that are lapping slower traffic on the outside of corners, it'll make that even more treacherous to go along with all the gravel, because the debris changes affect the marbles as well. That's Penguin RC around. That's Matt Kingsbury.
Oh, that is crucial there. He was running 5th, so with that spin, that's going to promote back pain, eye strain, and going racing Ruby. So he's dropped now another position. That's he's racing there with Punk Crew White. They're going side by side through turn 13, now 14, still going at it. There looks to be a little bit of damage on that McLaren for Penguin RC. I wonder if something has happened a bit more severe than we thought. Let's get a replay. Samuli on it. Matt Kingsbury here, right, up to turn 11, blind apex through the corner, too much speed. Yep,
he already had the damage on the front of the car. I think that was from an earlier incident where he got into the back of the Mercedes of one of the go-win Mercedes, I believe is what that was. And so already had the damage, so that was just basically a little half spin, kind of rolled to the outside, no contact with any other cars, as we see the first group of cars, prototypes, both an LMP2 and a Cadillac LMDH, into the pits.
Yeah, so first of the pit stoppers now finding their way into the pits, and I think we're going to see a little bit of differing strategies here, because if you are stuck behind traffic, you can save your fuel, so that can maybe get you an extra lap here or there, depending on how severe you're being potentially held up. But Darren Mowbray for SimHQ White just about finding his way through on the GT3 cars here, and that gap has opened up a little bit between him and Echelon Simsport. Like I said earlier, it was down to half a second, it's now up to 4, and actually Bear Pope Prototipo is closing in on them, not far behind. Ian Hennebury making his way into the pits, in fact, so decides it's time to come in. New fuel, maybe tyres? What's the strategy here, Charles, do you know?
I'm going to guess tires. I think that I don't think there's any tire restrictions, and I think that they'll probably take tires. This track seems like I don't know how bad it is on tires, but my guess would be, as we see Tom Way, the CRF car, looks like he was involved in an incident. He's back on the track, bringing gravel with him. I'm going to guess this track's probably not the best on tires, so I would think probably tires is going to be your best friend here, at least at the start of the race. They may try and make a change later, because obviously we're 43 minutes, so 45-minute mark is a 4-stop race, I think, if I'm doing the math right. So they're a little bit short of that, so they're going to either do a fuel stretch later on during the course of the race, or they're going to do something else, and that would be probably taking no tires, so to make up some of that lost time.
Absolutely. I want to clarify, though, for that CRF car that had that moment, I think they're on their outlap, so cold tyres getting them there, but they were the leader of this race, so that was actually really crucial for that not to happen, and the fact that it has is going to put them under a little bit of pressure here. They're making their way through the final corner. Where are they now, though? It's going to be the interesting thing. Who's this? We're currently on board with Pierrick for Team FFSR. Oh, they're coming in. What was
They are. It's like everybody's coming in. Yeah. That was. Say again.
I was going to say, I thought it was the outlap. I'm getting a bit confused. There's so much going on. It's so easy to get a bit confused.
Yeah, maybe it was a C. That's.
He's driven straight through, though.
Drove through, yeah. So there's a drive-through, maybe for an incident, or maybe there was a penalty there somewhere that we didn't catch. So yeah, drive through and back out on the track.
Yeah.
So I thought it was interesting. Smoothly, I asked him to do us a little in-car coming out for the GTPs. One of the changes is they're coming out now on battery only until they get to pit exit line. Before that internal combustion engine kicks in. It's got a very cool sound to it. So kind of missed it. Maybe we'll catch it again later. So that way we can kind of get a feel for it. It's not really anything more than just some cool sound effects. Is really all it is.
Yeah, but who doesn't love a cool sound effect, even if
true.
it is virtual? You got to love the engine noise. They're fantastic. I do want to bring in some more information here. I've got some more messages from iRacing. So the live stewarding they have. Going Racing Sapphire, they have been given a black flag. CRF Motorsport, that GTP, so the LMDH car we're just riding on board, but they've been given a black flag. And RD SimSport 2, car number 60, have also been given a black flag. So I'm a bit confused as to cars being on the circuit. Maybe they've not quite got the message through to them, but that's just the information I can see here in iRacing when I flick over and have a quick look-see. So maybe a few more cars we might be seeing retiring.
Interesting. So to keep an eye on that. That black flag is if we're getting drive-through penalties. I don't know what let's see if I can do a little research here.
Maybe you can get on board with that, Charles, find out what exactly that means to the drivers, whether it's out the race or a penalty. We'll find out. Because
how about this? How about this? If the incident count is 20x. Okay, so that
I think we found it out.
Every 16 after that. So my guess is they've hit their incident limit very quickly, because obviously not only you got contact with other cars, but also you're probably getting a lot of 1Xs just pushing the limits of the track and or avoiding traffic. So I guess, with the 24, that's James Stacy off in the gravel. Like he just kind of locked up there.
Well, I would say, yeah. Well, I'll say my apologies then for the black flag miscommunication. They're not out. Yeah. They've just got to serve a penalty. So just a quick drive through, get back out on the track, and then So I think this track kind of invites that. It's a little different than what we experienced with either Road America or Le Mans. Obviously, it's very difficult to get incident points on Le Mans. The issue there is always slowdowns where you're kind of ignoring or exceeding track limits, and it slows you down for a couple of seconds. So here it looks like that there are going to be issues with incident points and collecting those and drive-throughs. So that's probably not the last drive-throughs we'll see today. No, I think you could be absolutely right there. Bradley Holly here, though, 5th in the LMDH, the top class here this evening, right behind Peter in RD SimSport. So they are racing for position here, and they are separated by less than a second. So very, very close indeed. And of course, traffic is now everywhere around the circuit for these cars. So every single corner, they are going to be probably having to navigate something that's going a little bit slower than they are. So that is very much going to be the case right up until we see the checkered flag now, and it's going to really come down to who navigates it the best, I feel, here this evening. It's such a different way of racing in a way. You've got 3 races going on at once on one circuit. That is the best way to describe multi-class racing, and but you have all the advantages of that. There's disadvantages to that, but what I can tell you, it does put on a mighty spectacle, that's for certain.
Absolutely, yeah. And technically, if we're looking at the points, we're actually got 4 races going on. It just so happens that 2 of those races are with the same cars, so that makes it a little extra intriguing. But yeah, that's really what it is. Is you're trying to run your race, but you're trying to not ruin somebody else's race as well. As we see the P2 of Echelon Simsport LMP2 getting passed by a Porsche LMDH car. Could not catch who that was.
I think what we're looking at here, though, is the battle for the lead of the LMP2s. That blue car right in front is SimHQ Motorsport White. Name might confuse you a little bit, but either way, it is a very close battle here between the LMP2 leaders. As he's going to have to send it on this GT3. That's going to cost him a little bit of time then to SimHQ in front, but not too much. He's still very much in his sights. The gap just under a second, so not much in between them, shall we say, as a drive-through for Fendi Racing 283 for avoidable contact. So more penalties being dished out.
Yeah, and that seems to be the lowest of the penalties that they'll issue out from the stewards. Is a drive-through penalty. Obviously, avoidable contact means you probably sent it a little harder than you should have. And so, and that generally means no harm, no foul. Worst case is somebody spun, not much damage. Obviously, we saw the other end of that spectrum at the beginning of the race as we're back on board here with Echelon Simsport NP2. Trying to close that gap. The gap's starting to stretch out a little bit from SimHQ. It's up to 1.3 seconds. And I think that's simply just a factor of the traffic and where you're catching it. I think that's going to come and go and ebb and flow as we see cars coming through that corner. It's like there was another car that kind of locked up a little bit. It might have been Wild Deuce, Chip Witt in that Porsche.
Well, here's an interesting thing to think about. A couple of them have already been lapped, but the LMDHs have been lapped by their own class leader. So you can see there they're plus a lap. So Punkru Grey, Wild Deuce Racecraft, FFSR, Cinderella, Team Tenuto, of course, as well, and Moose Motorsport are out. But that's completely different in a sense because you're racing a car that's equal on performance, you could argue. So it can be very difficult to overtake unless they really do respect the whole blue flag that, all right, you're in the same car class as me, better jump out of the way, you are leading my class. So I don't know what their view is on that sort of stuff here, but interesting to see how it plays out as time goes on, because we've still not even hit a third of the way. It's still under an hour, and still tons of action to unfold, no doubt. Bear Prototipo currently being driven by Edward Irving in 4th position here. He is right behind Punkru Blue for 3rd and for that podium spot here in the LMP2 class, and the 2 out front are separated by less than 0.2 of a second. So there's some real close racing action here for this class. And we thought with only 9 cars on the circuit, how much racing could there be? But so far, they've actually put on the best show.
They have indeed, yeah. This is a great show here with the LMP2 class. There's not a race from 2nd to 3rd, but as we see more cars around, and that is the 333 car of Bear Pro. Just talked about them. They were in a battle for 3rd place, and looks like they had some contact with Pneumatic Motorsports Cadillac, LMDH, Justin Hess behind the wheel, and we'll see if we can get a replay here.
Here comes Edward down to turn 1, avoids the GT3 very nicely. There's something in front. There was nothing he could do there.
Yeah,
that's just
nothing at all.
Sheer dumb luck.
Yeah. Bad spot for Bear Pope, unfortunately. There's nowhere for them to go. But that was kind of a weird incident. It looked like that one of the cars just kind of checked up, had to check up really hard, and lost it. It looked like there was maybe some miscommunication amongst those cars battling through that corner there. And obviously Bear Pope doesn't look like they came out any worse for it other than just lost time, and it obviously separated them from the Punkru Blue team.
No, but they have rejoined in a battle for 4th instead with Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, so they're right behind this car instead. So unfortunately not for the podium, but whoa, more cars off. That's Jeremy in his LMDH. That's was that the class leader of the AMS? It was. That's Bear Pope. Bear Pope 0. That's going to be a tow. That's gutting. Oh, absolutely gutting. Let's get the replay. What has happened? Miko here in his GT3, up the rise of 4, and oh, that's a car round. That's not the issue though. There's the issue.
Oh,
There it
yeah,
is.
I think the car around was part of the issue, but that wasn't where the contact was made, unfortunately. So that the LMP2 that was behind Bear Pope there, just basically that car came back on the track. Obviously, just all kind of junk on his tires. Had no control or no traction coming through that corner, which is already a little difficult anyway of keeping the car underneath you. Just lost it. Bear Pope had to check up and then got clocked from behind. Very, very sad for Bear Pope.
It really is that they were leading the amateur class, so that does promote Fendi Racing back up to the top spot of the amateurs in GT3s. But he's got a nice sizable gap back to CMS Racing in second, some 11 and a half seconds. Going Racing Ruby are third, and then Back Pain and Ice Strain, they're currently in fourth, so they're slowly creeping their way up that leaderboard. But yeah, shame for Bear Pope. They were really running a long race there for the amateur class.
Yeah, really, really
gutting.
was. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I want to go back to the LMP2s there, because it was Bear Pope, was battling with Punker Blue, or who was it battling? Yeah, it was Bear Pope. They're back up to third. I'm sorry, the fourth. Obviously, 15-second gap now, but there's 3 cars or almost 4 cars involved in that. There's about 4 seconds difference between Bear Pope, West Coast Racing, Endurance, Punk Crew Gold, and Pneumatic. They're about 4 seconds apart on the track. So that might be a battle, just depending on, where traffic gets involved. But we could see more position changes there in that group.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, that's put a little bit of a spanner in the works then for this race at the moment, doesn't it? It feels that way, but it's still a battle for the lead in the LMP2s. There is still battles up and down the grid. Here's one we can jump on board with. Andrew Taphorn for Punk Crew Gold, chasing down West Coast Racing here for P5. They're separated by less than half a second as well, so nothing really separating the two teams here as they file their way through 6, 7 and 8, double right-hander, and they've got some GT3 traffic in front of them as well for good measure. Up over the rise they go, and disappearing off into the distance, it feels like. And then, yeah, up towards turn 10. You really are pointing skyward as you go through that corner. Blind apex here of 12. You really have to know the circuit well to pick your moment, when to brake, when to turn in. And then it comes down to a bit of confidence after that, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could just see Punk Crew, Andrew Taphorn there, just doing it as you explained it. Had a very good run, took the inside line through that double right-hander, was able to make the pass and move up to P5 over West Coast Racing. Great move by the 13 car.
Yeah, fantastic stuff indeed. And still here running on board with Andrew Taphorn for the moment, the Canadian, as he then files his way down to the next set of corners. He's now in hot pursuit of Bear Pope, Prototipo, who are also right in front of him. That's that green, well, Aston Martin looking colour. It's a British racing green, they call it, with the nice yellow stripe going down it as well. I think they've really found an identity there, haven't they, Bear Pope? They've got the big wording on the side of the team. You've seen the GT3 car, similar sort of look to it. I like it. I think it looks good.
I think that's a nice looking livery. It's kind of does have that British racing green and the bright yellow. Does look very much like an Aston Martin F1 car, if you want to call that out. So yeah, and that's a nice looking livery. Very clean, good lines.
Yeah, absolutely. I know how much you hate transitioning liveries. Oh, almost into the back goes Punk Crew Gold. Managed to just about keep out of the way though. So that was some brilliant reflexes there from Andrew. He's trying to make the move here on Bear Pope Prototipo, and down the inside he goes through turn 13. It's not done and dusted yet though. They're side by side here through 14 now. Who's going to come out on top? They're still going to go at it side by side as they make their way towards the final corner. Bear Pope going to have that inside line, but swooping round the outside go Punk Crew Gold, taking that 4th place away from them.
Great battle there as we get a little input from Samuli our producer saying that Bear Pope's got damage on the car. Yeah, I kind of see a little bit of damage on it, but he's still been running really well otherwise.
Certainly has indeed. He's just lost that position, but still in sort of what might feel the dizzying heights of fifth, considering where they started in qualifying. They've had an absolute fantastic run here so far, as we're coming up to the hour mark now. So Bear Pope, Prototipo, yeah, absolutely fantastic race so far for them in fifth, even though they did just lose fourth. But yeah, going strong nonetheless. And Punkaroo Gold taking that position away and now finding some traffic to try and navigate as well. So this might close the gap back up a little bit here.
Yep, might do that, but it's going to be interesting as they're coming around back to the start-finish line. It's time for the GT3s to start coming in for their pit stops, as I've already seen a couple of them come in. Hooper in the 321 car is in now. Oh, as we see it, Sonic. Oh, the leader around. Sonic Racing Team.
Yeah, the leader of the GT3 Pro class. He's going to have to try and navigate his way back on. That was pretty professionally done, shall we say. But Miguel losing out big time there. That was the leader of the GT3 class. Let's get the replay, Samuli. What have we got? Through turn number 3 and then towards the fourth corner, up over the rise. Bit of traffic in front, being lapped there. And that's a slight bit of contact and sends him round.
Yeah, that's the trouble corner for the GT3 cars. It just, once they come over that rise and they're in a corner, they come over the rise, the car gets light, really struggling to keep the rear end under the car. I've seen that since practice started, basically. Since I got in here, there were lots of GT3 cars struggling with that corner, just trying to navigate the corner plus the elevation change. So yeah, not surprising with the car around him that he kind of makes a little bit of contact, but I think that he was probably destined to loop that car anyway. But doesn't look like he's done anything. He did tap the wall slightly, so it doesn't look like there's a lot of damage to the car. And they'll be coming up to their pit stop here pretty soon anyway. So it'll be time for some fresh tires, and any kind of minor damage gets cleaned up when they do the pit stop, and they'll be back out with almost a brand new car.
Yeah, he does look like he somewhat got away with it on the damage front, like you say, Charles. So hopefully, fingers crossed for the team out there, that car is still going strong. But it did mean that David did retake the lead. But that is Darren Mowbray. That was Sim HQ Motorsport White. They were currently in second, or maybe even the lead at that point, completely off into the gravel. What has happened? That looks like it could be a bit of a technology failure there for the team. Through the second to last, now the final. No, it's not. No, it's not. That was a big incident there.
It was indeed.
And then couldn't do anything about it. That's with Justin Hess. And that's big damage for the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue as well. You can see they're crabbing on that car, struggling to get it back up to the pit. But, devastating.
Yeah. And, it's just like he was trying to make the move, the 4 car, the Cadillac LMDH, trying to make a move to the inside and got up on the inside curbs and just unsettled the car. Tried to correct, high-sided it, and then just obviously the unfortunate that the car was out there on the outside and got collected, and that's a very, very bad luck situation to be in.
Yes, it certainly is, but nothing can really be done about it now. Once all is said and done, CRF Motorsport making their way back up to 6th position after serving that penalty earlier on. They're currently being chased heavily by RD Simsport, who have also had to serve a similar penalty. That's Peter. So they're still going at it hard here then on lap 41. Just over the hour mark now. And not a lot separating these guys. This is the battle for 6th position. And of course, still got a lot of traffic to navigate as well. So still having to really think about that as you're racing and making moves yourselves on your competitors. As David Mendonca now, the leader of the GT3s after what happened to Miguel, into the pits. Miguel also in though.
Yep, absolutely. It's time for that stop as they're past the hour mark. So it's like a 2-stop race for a big group of these GT3 cars. So looks like they are taking tires. They're going to get that damage repaired. I think most everybody's in except for Nick Gowen.
There's a puff of smoke.
Conway again.
That's a big off there for CRF, missing
is.
the rear wing. I wonder
Yeah.
if Simuli can get us a replay of that one. That looked like quite a hefty bit of contact there with the wall.
Yeah. Oh, and it's crabbing too. Oh, so you've heard me talk about cars. You know, my team was in a as we get the replay here. We'll talk about that in a minute. He going down to the inside there, and just nowhere for him to go, and then he gets punted from behind. Oh, that was Peter Sikdar in the RD Sim Sport 2 car.
They were racing for position, so that they really felt like they needed to go for it. Is the gap there? That's going to be the biggest question. It's a closing door. Oh,
No,
it's the speed caught him out.
Yeah, it's absolutely. He thought the door was open for a second, but then it closed very rapidly, and just couldn't get the car checked up in time. As Conway is now in the pits for CRF. It's going to be a little bit of repair time involved in that. Sikdar in as well, getting his car repaired. And you've heard me talk about these cars driving out there. You know, obviously crabbing. As we're on board with Sammy Hendricks, my team was involved in a big league race a couple of weeks before Christmas. We were leading in the Porsche Cup class. We had the LMP3 class in front of us. They got into an incident. One of the cars tried to limp back around and basically lost the car and took out the 2 leaders, including us, of the Porsche Cup class. So it's very sensitive right now. So you know, we lose a race win with 30 minutes left to go in an endurance race is just, you know, of no fault of your own. So
touchy subject, shall we say?
Very, very touchy subject. So when I see these cars going around and they're basically at a 30-degree angle, it's tough to watch because I've seen the worst side of that.
Yeah, understandable, but we've got some good old racing action here though between Bird for Bear Pope Workers Union. Right behind him, Team Tenuto are battling it out for these podium spots here in the GT3 Pro category, and they are not a million miles off the Solpec leaders of this class. Only 1 second behind them, so the top 3 here separated by less than 2 seconds in this lap, or in the race, I should say. Sorry. So they're going at it quite hard as well, and this is another battle going on. Pneumatic Motorsport Purple with Bear Pope once again, so that team really is getting their money's worth for action here this evening, and of course screen time, because they're in so many battles at the moment. And this is another one. This is for third, fourth and fifth, separated by also less than a few seconds. Edward Irvine trying to hold it round the outside as Bear Pope going up the inside, and they're going round the different sides of a back marker, a GT3.
That's some very intense racing going on. As you see, an Acura LMDH car working their way through as well. Great racing there. Looks like everybody's going to get through all this unscathed. We'll say that after we get through here. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we got those prototypes through. At that Corvette, obviously, look at that inside line. Just trying to take as much of that as he could and keep up as much as he can. And obviously, you know, as we see Curtis Rederath, Punk Crew Gray coming back on track. Obviously had him off there. Don't really see any damage, so I don't see anything that looks like there was any other car involved. And now we got Fendi Racing, Adam Moen, coming back on track. That looks like that might have been another one of those where he might have had some help around in that corner. That's that tight little left-hander that seems to be a trouble spot for multi-class battles.
Yeah, it just seems to catch a few of the drivers out, doesn't it? Especially with the different braking speeds of these cars. So it's yeah, it's not easy to navigate sometimes, and yeah, easily can get caught out as well. But still looking forward to how this is going to end up, because we've still got 2 hours left in this race and action aplenty, and it doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon either. As we jump here to Colin McKenzie for Lunatic Racing, currently P10 here in the amateur class, and he's going at it with Bear Pope 0. So another class, another Bear Pope team going at it, but that's big contact. Carter James getting involved in the pro class. Who was that that's completely round and still off the circuit? We'll double check. think that's Lunatic. It was Lunatic. Oh,
Yeah, that was
word.
another one of those braking zone battles that just ended up wrong for somebody. You can see the contact between the two cars as they were trying to work their way through. And Lunatic obviously gets turned around, managed to get back on track, but obviously lost several seconds there just trying to get the car righted.
Yeah, he certainly did. So there goes that battle between him and Bear Pope Zero. Unfortunately, that's a mistake though from Alexander. Oh, he's just about collected it up. No problems there. Thank God. Another one we could have had going quite wrong as the Ford made his way through. It'll be passed once again though by Alexander. Down into the next corner, maybe not. Ooh, getting touch and go there. He'll get past now very easy on the exit, but ooh. Things are getting tense here, Charles. I don't know about you. I can feel it in the chair.
Yeah, and I think that for Alexander, I think that was the result of being offline. That was being out in that debris. Just had no traction when he got back on throttle, and just kind of Weir kind of wanted to just kick out from him as he was trying to get through the corner. Luckily, gets it righted back, no contact, and then works his way down through past I think that was back painted eye strain into that trouble corner, and manages to get the car stopped even with a little bit of lockup and no contact made. And so they all get to keep driving in the right direction. Back painted eye strain up to 4th, having a great run, up 11 positions overall in the GT3 class. So doing a great job as we see Fendi around again. Luke Fisher, that's the leader. He was up 15 seconds over P2, and so he's going to lose several seconds there as he's getting his car righted. As we'll see what we got here. See a LMDH behind, and just the LMDH wants to move to the inside, and I think that was I think Fendi may have closed that line down just a bit, so I won't just say that's a bad move on the LMDH part. I think that was a little bit of help on the GT3 side of that.
It looked like it was just a bit of eagerness getting the better of the LMDH, but I won't pick sides because it's not my job here. That's the stewards to make their decisions on that. But we'll say eagerness. I think that's the best way to put it, and rightly so. You want to get going as quick as you can at every corner to maximise your run. So completely understand it from a driver's point of view, but we've got a nice big field here of GT3 cars, and actually they're all racing each other by the seams of things. Penguin RC here for 5th. You've got Hyperion racing in this as well. Sonic racing there in the middle. Oh, absolutely darted across the nose of that LMP car, making sure he wasn't coming through in that turn number 5. And fair play, he's fighting for positions as well. Sonic Racing Team want to make sure that they're not going to lose out too much time on their rivals in front of them. 2 McLarens, Penguin RC, Hyperion Racing. Fair play to Sonic there and Federico for doing that, making sure his intentions are known. You're not coming through, I'm going to block you.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a nice 4-car battle here. You need to respect our battle and work your way through on the straightaway somewhere else while we're sorting this out. As you can see, they're not giving. Ooh, I think there was contact there.
Oh, there is. Oh, Pun Crew Blue have had to make their way through the gravel. More cars getting caught out by this as they get onto the marbles. FFSR Mason Curie Dubai, P10 in the LMP2 class. So that's just then a concertina, a snowball effect, as we mentioned earlier. One car goes wide, has a spin, a nice pirouette, and then you're trying to avoid that. So more cars go wide, more cars spin, and it just builds up from there. But the main thing is no real big contacts, and these GT3s are still having a good battle here for 4th, because Hyperion Racing holds that spot from Penguin RC and Sonic Racing Team right there behind them.
Yeah, I think that was a couple of cars behind them, but that definitely was in that area where those LMPs were trying to work their way through, and these GT3 cars were just standing their ground saying, you know what, we're having a race here also, so you need to respect that. As you can see them just kind of working that inside line, up on the curbs, trying to get through, manages to get through there past the P1 RC car. And then you get the LMDH passing the LMP2. So well done by those two cars to sort it out after the fact. So good patience there by the LMDH to say, okay, let's get through here, then I'll worry about you later. And these guys continue to fight, 10th of a second between the two of them, and they're going to battle for this position. You see the P1 car move, the Sonic Racing to move to the inside.
Yeah, nice move there from Federico in his Ferrari on that McLaren. Got it done very cleanly under braking there for turn 11 and makes the position up so he can now go try chasing down Hyperion Racing for that P4. You can see a lot of debris there now on that part of the circuit from the previous laps. So it's going to take a few laps for the cars to remove all those little stones of gravel away from the racing line. So a bit of caution might be advised through that section of circuit. As we jump on board here with Andrew Guma. And tell you what though, from a cockpit view, from the driver's perspective, it looks pretty clean, but I think that's mainly because if you're on the racing line, it cleans up quickly. Go slightly off it though. You tell me then how it feels.
Right. Yeah, I think we've seen how that works with a couple of the cars over the past couple of laps. Get into the marbles, into the debris, and just are having a tough time coping with it. I guess luckily that the iRacing hasn't implemented punctures yet, or we would be having to worry about those. You may have had half the field going in for tires at some point in time during this race because of all the debris.
Well, that is what I call a little love tap between Fendi Racing and that GT3 in front. Absolutely fender to fender, bumper to bumper, depending on where you're from. And as that is as close as you ever want to get in racing. Just a little love tap, as I like to call it. But gets the move done here, down in the next corner. That's Andrew going through. I think that could have been racing one of the amateur cars. So no position gain for his pro category, but he does move forward in this GT3 race. So that's good news for him at least. And he's doing all right there in 10th. He's not a million miles away from the next car. Race still on. Oh, there goes one round though.
Yep. And let's see, that is Punkroot White and Marie De Pasquale in P8. Looks like she's going to remain in P8 because she is the last car on the lead lap, able to get off the track and get the car headed in the right direction.
I said it earlier, I'll say it again. That is the worst place to be facing the wrong way. And I feel for them when that happens. From a driver's perspective, I do get in the car time to time, and when you're spinning around facing the wrong way like that, cars coming at you, it is awful. You can feel it in your gut. You really hope that nothing goes wrong. Thankfully, nothing did. So yeah, we move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking on board here with Carter James, Echelon Sim Sport. In P17 in the GT3 Pro, lap down to the leaders. Had a pretty tough race. Obviously, you see the damage on the front of the car. We got Lunatic Racing there, Colin McKenzie running in 9th. He is the first car lap down in the AM class. With that front end damage, and they're continuing on. And just never know. It's one of those races that if the longer you go, the more potential you've got to just make up some spots just from, obviously we've seen the attrition rate here, or the incident rate here is pretty high today. So, there's still positions to be gained during this race. You can't give up hope yet. We're only an hour and 18 minutes or so in. We've still got over half the race to go. So there's still a chance to make up some positions here during the course of this.
Yeah, certainly do. Sometimes when you do stick to it like that, you come back, you get a really good result. It almost feels like you're in a film or a movie in that sort of aspect sometimes. So it's worth sticking with it. And, speaking of sort of the film movie industry, that kind of area of things, Masterworks, another one of our brilliant sponsors for the iRacing Team Endurance series, with their visionary creative agency that blends artistry and technology to deliver captivating video and film productions. And they do collaborate with some global brands and bring inspiring stories to life, such as you can self-create here in races such as this, and bring that immersion experiences that resonate with audiences worldwide. So if you do want anything such as that, bringing your sort of story to life, Masterworks is a good place to go and visit.
back on here with Luke Patrick, West Coast Racing, in that battle with Bear Pro Tipo. Those cars basically nose to tail on the track. Kind of see the different lines those cars are taking. Maybe Bear Pro, maybe a little too hot coming in there. Has had to back off just a little bit. As we've got some GT or some LMDH. I'm going to keep calling those cars GTP just because that's what I'm used to calling them. But LMDH class working their way through, as well as some of the slower GT3 cars, as we see the hitting from 100 Force. And you're right, that is a very nice looking livery. We talked about that earlier today. Nice green and white, some gold in the Cadillac, looped it around. I did see and I don't remember who it was, so I don't want to say. I thought it very interesting. I think it was Team Tenuta over 233 car. Got a 5-second penalty for passing outside of track limits. So I think that's the first time I've seen that. So obviously trying to make the best of a bad situation and picking up a couple of spots where they really shouldn't supposed to be out driving.
Yeah, you took it away from me, Charles. I was just about to bring it. You're on point though, so that's always good. But yeah, shame for the team, and Peter Lowe apparently at the wheel for them as well, and they'll have that added on to their race time at the end. So it's the first penalty of that kind we've seen here. Most of them have been drive-throughs so far, but you know, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I think this kind of race, the main thing is you want to finish still, even if you do have that little bit of a time added on. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. But jump back to some good old action here, because we've got Punkru Blue and Echelon Simsport still going at it hard here for the lead of the LMP2s, and they are separated by only a few tenths of a second, and Punkru Blue being the chaser at the moment, trying to make that move then for the lead of the category. Can they find a way past through this topsy-turvy race that we're having so far, or will they just have to sit behind and follow through for the moment? But it's still incredibly tense, and even though we've had over an hour now here of racing, the racing we have seen has been, of course, a bit chaotic with the multi-classes. Oh, look at that! Oh, he's might going to take advantage of this. So down the inside goes Punkru Blue. He's going to have the run over his rival there that was in front of him. That's Echelon, or has he? He's just back up behind him. No, he didn't quite have the run. Jason Taylor still prevails in front for the minute.
Yeah, but that was very sketchy for Echelon. It came up really quickly on the edge of that final corner with GT3 in front, LMDH coming up hot from behind. And it was on the outside, and it looked like there was going to be a real meeting of the minds there. But nicely done by all those guys. But a lock up there, and the 22 cars moved to the inside.
Yeah, down they're going to be side by side through 6 tricky corners coming up of 7 and 8, double right-handed apex. That means Echelon will have the advantage of the inside line, but they can't really do anything with it when there's a GT3 sitting on the racing line. Punkru Blue held the outside line and the pace. Through the corner they go. That GT3 still holding the line there, doing nothing wrong, of course, but that does mean Punkru Blue got the move done. And it's all gone wrong. Contact. Echelon round. Oh, that's gutting. It goes from bad to worse. You've just lost the lead, and then you've just been spun.
Yeah, that's pretty. That was pretty aggressive on the part of the 100 Force car. I don't think it was intentional, but once again, I think that was he saw the two cars up battling for position. They just cleared GT3. And then we've got Anthony Flores there, as we got wrong replay. We'll get this replay here. You see they just cleared that GT3 car, and then here comes LMDH on the inside. He had a line. They were side by side, so he was entitled to that racing line. Don't know if he was going to be able to make the corner or not. I would assume that he was, but then contact and the spin by Echelon there. So now they've got 8.5 seconds to make up in that battle with Punkru Blue.
If I put my stewarding hat on, that's a racing incident. No one really doing anything wrong. It's just two cars unfortunately coming together. So my view on it, but of course I'm not in the steward's box, so we'll see what they make of that collision as gravel spraying all over the road there from the back of Adam Mowen's Fendi Racing I think he's in the Acura now, so he's switched over, but clearly had a bit of an off and spraying some gravel in the face of Zane there for the moment, but it does find a way through, and that's the amateur car leading through the pro car. So maybe doing that as a bit of a strategicness, potentially. Might try and follow him now. If he's a little bit quicker than him, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe if nothing else, if he's at least on your pace, then, you know, it's a nice way to just kind of sit behind and get a little bit of a tow and save some fuel. Maybe stretch that out if they were going to be a little bit short of the hour mark coming up. Then that's as good a strategy as anything, especially when you've got a nice, you know, it's a 327 car. I was about to say, oh, that's a battle for position. So yeah, I mean. Right now, it's still early yet. We're still not even halfway, so nothing wrong with just kind of hanging back and trying to avoid the contact with the LMP2s making that run down the inside. And so now he can get a little bit of toe off him as well.
He did. I just had to question it for a second. We lost sight of the car. I was like, did he make it through? Yes, he absolutely did. Oh. Edward Irving, though, didn't by the looks of things. Prototipo getting into a little bit of trouble once again. Let's get a replay if this is what it is going to be. It certainly is. Here comes Edward now. That looks to be turn 13 down the inside of that GT3. No problems there. On the exit. Oh, there it is. That's a slight bit of a tap.
Yeah, a little bit of a tap because he basically was kind of losing the rear of the car. Wasn't getting off the way that you would expect those LP2s to get out of the corner. And just kind of caught that GT3 car a little bit off. Oh, no. That's bad. Oh, we're going to get out of the wall. Yeah, good job to save it, keep it from going through the wall. That was a strange incident. I don't know if he was moving over or if the Ferrari was moving over, but somebody moved and contact was made left front to right rear. And caused that spin.
That's such an odd one. It almost looked, in a way, it almost looked a little bit like netcode, I'm going to say.
Yeah,
so it could well have been. You do get a little bit of that in this sort of online racing. You know, it cannot be perfect. You're not in the real world. It is all virtually simulated as, oh, look at that! Well held from the driver there. That was impressive stuff to not lose control on the exit of 4, and it's so easy to do. The car goes light. I think that was these two. They just had that coming together. So I think, if I'm correct, that is Dog Bear Bark trying to make their way through once again on Arc Motorsport. And he's going to try. Oh, he's still not going to send it there. Can he find a way through? Yeah, there he goes.
No,
on the inside of 8. Yeah, I think just about.
Yeah, they still made it a little more difficult than it needed to be. You can see that now that the front of Ferrari for Arc Motorsports has got some damage on the right front. So that's going to make that car a little unstable through some of those corners there and a little slower than he was previous to that. As we see cars coming into the pits, I think it's the second stop for our prototypes.
It is, but these guys are racing for position. That was almost a position change as they came into the pit road. Bradley Holly absolutely knowing the rule book there clearly, because you are still on the racing, you know, in the racing circuit itself. You can make a position. As soon as you do hit the cones there, though, you are under pit conditions, so no moves from there on. But clearly went for it, tried to sneak through, couldn't quite get it done. But they're going to have a driver change. Nicholas Schwartz now in the car for Solpeck. Who's going to get the better stop here? That's going to be the question. Both of the cars off the hydraulic jacks, and this is now going to be fuel into the car. Well, there we go. This might be a nice little onboard for Nicholas. He was the car behind. Well, here's Robin's also now in the car. Away they go. I think you can have a little listen here for that engine kicking up as well. Still racing. Look at them go at it.
There we go.
Yeah, nice stuff.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, that battle is not done yet, that's for sure. No. They've got cold tyres now most likely on their cars, so they're going to have to try and warm them up as best they can, navigate the traffic, so it's going to be a new challenge for these guys. They've both just jumped into the car as well, so they're experiencing these conditions for the first time. So it's going to be a whole host of new things for these drivers as they make their way round for the first time. And let's see who can come out on top, but they're separated by very little.
Yeah, and we're going to encounter some slower traffic here very shortly, and that's going to kind of determine how this is going to go. Obviously, just getting into the car fresh, there's basically slower traffic everywhere on the track, so it's going to be how well are we going to be able to handle it as we see them work around the GT3 car. This over on the inside, I think the GT3 very smart to just get out of the way, let these guys continue to race. We still have 2 cars that have yet to pit. That's virtual drivers by Thrustmaster, who are the class leaders, and then 100 Force, who are in P2. So those 2 cars yet to stop. So they're going to try and stretch it. They're going to try and get past that hour-and-a-half mark. That's going to prevent having to come in and get that splash and dash. So they're going to be sitting pretty well. That might be our two. That might be our 2 cars to beat here today in the LMDH class.
Yeah, absolutely could be. Jumping on board here still with Renard, leading that LMDH class, as you were saying there, Charles, and making a pretty good job of it. I believe they are racing, I can't remember which team it was, but they're not far off it, so there is still a bit of a battle on for the lead of the overall race itself. But at the moment, the virtual drivers team yet to make that second stop, so we'll see where they come out once they've made it in amongst things. 100 Force there a minute back as well, and I don't think they've made their stop either, so things will shake up a little bit before the end, as we're still yet to get the cars in for their second round. But yeah, it's a little bit of a lull here in the action, which feels weird to say in a way from what we've seen so far. We're at the halfway mark as well. We're just getting our pit stops going though, so I'm sure it'll pick back up very, very shortly indeed. But yeah, a bit of an odd one there, just a tiny lull. I'm sure it will all kick off again in a minute. yeah,
as the cars kind of recycle themselves and they get back amongst the rest of the field, and here comes the overall leader in now. Get their pit stop made. Still leaves 100 Force out there. There's about a minute 7 behind. It's going to take them the better part of this pit stop by virtual drivers for them to come in, and I'm assuming they're going to come in on this lap as well.
You'd have to imagine. We'll wait and see. They're about halfway round the lap at the moment. Turn 8 they've just exited, now 9 and up to the rise of 10, 11. This blind apex, some GT3s there as well, so a bit of stuff to navigate for them, so not the easiest thing in the world, but they're doing it very clean and comfortably indeed, giving them all the room in the world and then some by the looks of things, and I don't really blame them. You don't want contact, especially when you're currently P2, of course still yet to make that stop though. So we jump back though to P5 with Pat Pochette currently 5th, right behind the sister team Solpec. They're 4th, and Team FFSR in 3rd. So this is a battle for the podium between these 3 LMDH cars. I wonder who's going to come out on top this time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great battle here. You know, we don't have quite the battle as we did see 100 Force did come in for their pit stop. So this is kind of the battle for the final step of the podium. These cars are very, very tight together, as you can see. A couple seconds separating the 3 cars. And so we'll have to keep an eye on this battle and see who is going to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on the roll bar here then, inside Pat Pochette's Cadillac, I believe. As they make their way through the final corner now. Barely anything. It's the Acura, sorry, I'm being corrected here. Thank you, Samuli. I knew you're always on top of things, and I'm glad you are correcting my small mistakes. But here comes the move then. The 2 sister teams making it probably pretty easy on each other. Through goes Pat, and down goes the sister Solpec car. Nice and easy, and now a ton of traffic to navigate. There's another move though. He's up the inside of FFSR. What a move! So opportunistic from Pat. And that is robbing down a spot then in 3rd. I thought they were just slowly navigating the traffic. I didn't realise it was a move on. What a move!
Yeah, it was a great move. That was using all the track and part of the curb to get through in there. Great job by, as we see on board here with Pelchat. They'll take a wide entry. They'll come very, very narrow up on the orange sausage curb and makes that pass. Well done Gets a little angry flash from the Porsche behind, but all's fair in racing.
Yeah, he was not happy with that, flashing his lights in disapproving fashion there, you could say, from Robin. And well, I think I would be a bit annoyed as well, a bit niffed, but well, he got absolutely sold for chips, didn't he? Very, very opportunistic from Solpeck, and kept it all within the confines of the rules. So fair play to them. It was a fantastic move to see unfold. But we're looking here at the battle for the LMP2s. This is Andrew Taphorn, currently 5th for Punkery Gold, and Davis Braun for Pneumatic Motorsports Purple, as they make their way through the final corner now up to the start-finish line. They're going to be side by side. Punkery Gold just blinked out for a moment. They should come back in just a second. I would like to think so anyway. If not, then Motorsport Purple will hold on to 4th quite easily. I think they might be out, you know.
Definitely looks like that's a very long blink. Let's keep an eye out and see if they get disconnected from the server.
Well, I can say that Nick Packin has dropped out of the server. So, and I do know he is running for one of those Punkery teams. So I wonder if that was his team, and it's a massive shame if that is the case, because they were on, they were looking good there and racing as well. That's a brilliant camera shot. Look at that. The first 4 corners all in view. Fantastic to see that. But yeah, real shame for Nick if that is the case.
Here it is.
I hope he gets back.
So, Andrew Taphorn was in the car, and he was dropped due to a packet loss. So that is definitely a disconnect from the server, and that's that's a tough way to lose a battle on the track, or just basically, that's. By the time they get back in, they're going to be a couple of laps behind the rest of the group. So very, very tough way to end up, losing this race from a disconnect.
It's a tough break for the team, but Nick having no control of that. But what he does have control over is his graphic designs, because he specialises in posters, branding, logos, social media, and he even dabbles in designing custom liveries. So he does it all, this man. He's very talented indeed. So if you do want any of those sorts of things being professionally done for yourself, get in contact with Nick, because he is the man to get it done for you. And I think he's even giving us some stuff to sponsor us, but we'll jump back to that, because that's a big moment from Eli. What happened there, Charles?
It looked like there was contact, but it might have been this one actually might have been some pretty severe net code. He had a LMDH car, I think an Acura, working his way to the inside, and the rear of that car just snapped around like he was hit. But it didn't look like they were that close together. We'd have to get a good replay to see for sure if there was contact, or if it was a net code incident involved with that. So we can see it here. As you can see, the Acura coming up from behind. It's on that same corner. Yeah, I can't tell if he lost it or if that was a net code, but obviously no contact made. There was a pretty good gap between those two cars.
To me, it looked like it was all on his own. So I don't know. It could well have been. Yeah, who knows? Either way, it's not gone well for Eli. As I think he's still struggling there in his Punkery Gold. He may have lit the tyres up too much now, overheated them, and struggling to get them back under a good temperature. He slid his way through turn 11 there, but he's still moving forward. That's the one thing I'll say. He's not really lost a massive deal. It's a small incident in the grand scheme of things here, but yeah, shame for Eli, and he'll still march forward. Absolutely. So either way, he'll march forward as we look here to Chris Young for RD Simsport in 6th position, right up behind Penguin RC for 5th. And this is a battle for position in the GT3 Pro category. Can Chris find a way past that orange McLaren for Penguin RC? That's going to be the interesting thing to take here. Through turn 1 and 2 and 3 now, and up the rise of 4. You can see the different lines there that they've taken. I think that's so Chris can get a good run here, because it looks like he's got it down the small back straight. Can he get alongside? He's going to have an LMP car to his inside, but that's already cleared. And yes, he has moved done and dusted for Chris, up a position, and takes it away from Penguin RC. Brilliant move.
Yeah, it was a really good move, and he managed to stay wide enough on exit that allowed that second LMP2 car to get through as well. As we see Eli Singh and Thomas Baker, Blue Chip Racing, making their way through that battle. So nice driving by all those cars involved. I will say this, that I did see that Team FFSR in the LMDH class to 99, Robin Versaletto, had a drive-through for avoidable contact. So that battle between them and a couple of the other cars is kind of over now because he's had to come in and drive through the pits. So he's now falling back, and he'll be in the clutches of 100 Force very shortly if he's not careful. So we've still got that two-car battle for P2 and P3 between Solpec 171 and German Pit Bulls Racing. And I will say German Pit Bulls Racing, I think Samuli noted also, was having some a little bit of connection issues. They were kind of blinking on and off there for a bit, but it looks like it's stabilized since then.
Yeah, let's hope it does, because they are in third position, like you've said, and I'll tell you what, they're in a really good position there as well. I think first round Road America struggled a little bit. They had a good result last time at Le Mans, and they're doing another really good performance here at the moment, but still some time to go in this race, so fingers crossed, touch wood. 13, lucky, unlucky number, whatever you want to call it. Let's hope that we've not cursed them any further. But yeah, German Pit Bulls, they are having a really good run of it at the moment in their third. Climbed 9 positions. Look at that. What a race they're having.
Absolutely great race. Moves up the order. Obviously, the car looks pretty good. Don't see any real damage to it. So that's been a lot of their success, is just keeping that car clean. And not having any contact amongst the other classes or amongst their own class. So having a really good run, and they've got another hour and 20 minutes before they can sew up that podium position.
Yeah, I think you said it quite rightly earlier. Just even if you're not the fastest car out there, just get it to the end, because it's going to do well. And they've just picked up another position. That's them passing Nicholas there for P2. So they're now second in this race. Run it a little bit wide, but that'll be all right, I think. He's just happy he's made another position up. So German Pit Bulls Racing Hotel now up into second position, as Solpec just dropping to third. So I wonder if they've got a little bit of an issue there, because they've dropped the position and they seem to be dropping back a little bit. Maybe this is a bit of strategy going on, fuel saving potentially.
It is possible. I mean, they were, looking at these. As we're getting some information, yeah, they're a little bit slower than the car that's currently in P2 in the German Pit Bulls Racing Hotel. So by a couple of seconds on that last lap, don't really know if that was traffic or if maybe there's just a pace differential between these new drivers. But and now we're actually getting more information that there might be a little bit of damage on the car. It does kind of look like his wheel is a little offset. Like he's completely,
I think you're right. I think it is slightly offset looking at it. So Nicholas struggling. Whee.
Yeah.
That was a close one, wasn't it?
That was a bit close, as we're kind of riding in the cockpit with Nicholas here. Got a face full of Mercedes that was on his racing line. Had to take his time. Yeah, he's coming in. Yeah, you can definitely tell now that he's got a little bit of suspension damage somewhere, that he's got that left hand down a little bit by 10 degrees or so. So he had to come in and get that repaired, and that's going to take him a couple of extra minutes. And he's at the hour 40 mark. I think we were looking at these, once they get past an hour and a half. So this is going to kind of throw him off cycle. So they're going to come up with a strategy to make this, or they're going to have to take an extra pit stop to get this damage repaired, and it's going to end up costing quite a bit of time.
Yeah, probably a splash and dash for them, but I'm glad you said 10 degrees there, Charles. You read my mind. 10 degrees down is exactly what I was going to say as well. Great minds do think alike. Would you know it? Oh, I'm glad you're on the same page.
Yeah.
Ian here, he's just made a pass though for 5th position. That Beppe Prototipo having a fantastic race themselves, just making it past West Coast Racing Endurance Blue in this LMP2 class. And this LMP2 class, I think the smallest class here this evening, but they've been really putting on such an entertaining performance up and down this grid, and still going at it an hour and 45 into this race, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. So no, I can't really fault them, to be fair. they've been doing well, and let's hope that that continues.
Yeah, they've got really good pace in the car, but they've also been involved in some contact here and there amongst, not necessarily of their making, but they've had a very interesting race. But obviously, you could tell the guys have got some good pace when they can get some clean air and some agreeable drivers around them. And we see back painted ice train around. That's again, I think that's the turn. Is that turn 8 again?
I think that could be 13, in fact. Let's have a look where they are. Yeah, it's turn 13, so
Okay.
we've seen it happen there as well. You're right, though, Charles. Turn 8, turn 13, they do seem to be absolute multi-class killers, don't they, with the different speeds that these cars can take. And a lot of that is down to the downforce, the LMP, the prototypes that they can take through the corner. With the extra downforce, they can just take it such a higher speed. Yeah, the GT3s, they do catch them out sometimes. As we're going to look here at Federico, currently third for Sonic Racing. They've had a really good comeback here in this pro category. They were leading it earlier on for such a long time, and they've now fought their way back up because they did have a moment with a lapping car, and now back up to the podium spots and right behind P2.
Yeah, he's really all over that Bear Pope car. So he's going to be looking to see if he can get around him and take over that second position and move forward. You know, tightening up that was a pretty wide split between P1 and P2 in the GT3 Pro, but that's tightened up quite a bit. These guys have started to put the hammer down a little bit, trying to catch Solpeck up. And we're going to see. We got about 15 minutes before these cars look to come in for their final pit stop, and that's going to be dependent if they can make it to that 2-hour mark or not. Like most of the cars were, I think it was about half and half. I think it was about even split on cars that could versus cars that couldn't, just from memory from 45 minutes ago, as we see more cases, just dust and gravel. And because I just want to say that, trying to see that, it looks like there's somebody locking up through there, and it's possible they might be, but that's a lot of that is just debris that's just coming up that's been drug on the track from previous incidents.
Absolutely. I can tell you now, between Bear Pope and Sonic Racing Team, last lap they were separated by 3/10, and that is going to Sonic Racing Team. There were some 3/10 quicker than Bear Pope, the car in front of them. So not a lot separating these two drivers, but maybe that little bit of speed difference is enough to get the move done for Sonic Racing Team. As I try and find them once again, last lap around. And so on that time by, Bear Pope were 2/10 quicker. So that's just a little bit of the traffic. But you can see on the circuit itself, they're separated by absolutely nothing. So they're really going at it. And there's definitely a move on here for Sonic Racing. It's whether Federico can line that car up and take advantage of maybe a little bit of higher speed out of a corner. But at the moment, Bear Pope Workers Union doing everything they can to defend this P2, and they're doing a stellar job of it as well.
They are, and they're still closing down that gap to P1. They've picked up another half second or so on the leader, even just as they're trying to just keep an eye on each other, and they're still managing to take time out of the leader's lead. And then on top of that, Federico's got some damage on the right front of that car. It's got to be slowing him down a little bit. They can't be reaching their top speed with that exposed right front tire. So it's just another thing that is kind of impressive about Federico's run during the course of this race.
Yeah, well, they've shown pace, Sonic Racing. They really have. Obviously led the opening sort of half an hour to hour. I can't quite remember when it happened, their incident. But, they were right there, showing good pace. They had a bit of a gap, I believe, as well. And it just went a little bit wrong with the multi-class action, of course. But they've been working hard, and they've fought their way back to where they are now. And like you said just a second ago, Charles, they're closing down the leader as well of Solpeck. So, to me, this is absolutely a four-way battle, and I will say four-way because Hyperion Racing are not far behind either. You can just see them there, back of shot. This is going to be a four-way battle for the lead of the GT3 Pro category. That is super impressive stuff this deep into the race.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely like to see that. These cars are just going to, continually close down on the leader. As you can see, the LMP2, the 94 of believe that is the 94 of Team FFSR Maison Carré. My French is terrible, by the way. Um, but kind of getting in the mix there and trying to work his way through. And I think I also saw that they had a either a warning or a drive-through, so they may be having to get off the track there if they had some avoidable contact earlier in the race. So he's just trying to work his way through and keep his lap times as quick as he could get it until he goes through and serves that drive-through penalty.
Well, by my level of French, Charles, I couldn't tell, so you're fluent to me. Yeah, no, absolutely right though. What you're saying, every single word of it. As still running on board here with Eric at the moment, P10 in his LMP2 class, so I think he is back of the field but not out of it, and I think that's going to be the key thing here this evening, making sure you're not out of it, because we've seen so many sort of moments happening so far in this race as that battle for P2 here in the GT3 is still raging on. And yeah, Eric could still pick up some positions yet in the latter half of this race to come, as he does come in for a pit stop. Not sure what's going on there, but either way, we're going to focus on the action because Edge is still going.
So yeah, I think that's their drop-through penalty they're working now. So come in and take that, get back out on the track, and he'll get to fight through all these cars all over again, as we see the German Pit Bulls team coming up on this battle.
Yeah, they certainly are. The German Pit Bulls second in their class, and this is the battle for P2 in theirs. And Sonic Racing managed to get the move done then on Bear Pope Workers Union down towards turn 2 and 3, and has now taken away the second row of the second step of the podium, I should say, from Bear Pope. But it's not over, because they are obviously still very much in hot pursuit, and they do have to keep an eye on the gap between them and Hyperion Racing. Only a few seconds further back. Bad bit of traffic management, and who knows, that gap can close down in an instant.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's like this race. Oh no! James Andrew, SimHQ Motorsports White, off the track is Christopher Pace and PCA Sim Racing, and he's towing back. What happened here?
There?
Replay. All right, so coming down the straightaway here, looking down to the inside. And, just loses the car. Yeah, just loses the car. And I'm not sure why he decided. I guess it hit the left front. Maybe it broke his suspension on the left front. It wasn't a hard contact, but it was a very accurate contact on that left front tire. It could not get the car to turn beyond that point, and so has to tow back, and that's a tough way to have to go back to the pits for something that didn't look severe, because the cars were heavy braking, and we've got Team FFSR around again.
Oh, that's Eric. He's just done his drive for us, hasn't he? In evening, going from a bit bad to worse.
Yeah, damage on the left rear. Like the panels are a little split, like he's had some contact there. Don't know if that's from recent contact or if that's just has been there for a while, but definitely a little bit of contact on the car. So maybe he's got some rear suspension damage as well that he's having to kind of fight with.
Yeah, and that's it's going to slow him down, obviously, and that's going to make it very tricky this evening, as James Andrew coming in for a stop there. P6 currently in his LMP2 class. He's going to, I think, lose a few positions here whilst he is making his stop. And we're going to jump then on board with William Day for Pun Crew Pink, currently P6 in the top class. He's actually racing the RD Simsport team behind him, so this is for position, not much separating these two cars and drivers as they make their way towards turn number 5. Hard on the brakes, avoid the GT3 car at the apex, and then away you go out of the exit. And might give them a little bit of daylight there with the Simsport having to navigate the GT3 at a slightly different part of the circuit, but looking at it, the gap hasn't changed all that much. If anything, it's closed in a bit, so they've navigated it rather well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 0.6 of a second gap between the two cars. So obviously this battle is just starting to heat up. It's kind of watching the gaps from the other ones. Sonic Racing is now 3.5 seconds behind Solpec in the GT3 Pro class. He's still closing that down. Bear Pope Workers is hanging in there. They are stretching that gap back out to P4. He's not making as much headway on the leader as the other two are. He's still making up some ground, but it's still a 7-second gap back to fourth place. As we're looking back now, we're on with Niels Teester's RD Simsport coming in for his pit stop, the 154 mark. That seems like
Seems early.
it's early for a pit, so maybe this is a penalty. Maybe this is a drive-through that he's going to have to serve. Or is he coming in?
Well, we'll find
He's
out.
keeping us
won't we?
guessing.
He's in.
He's in.
Oh.
Well, this is strange.
Odd stop.
That is an
Struggling to
odd
get it right.
stop. Yeah.
It
That's kind of weird.
It looks as though he is doing a pit stop though now. So I don't know. That's a weird one, that isn't it? It's not the normal conventional way of entering your pit box.
It's almost like he couldn't find his box for whatever reason. I'm not sure though. It could have been anything from not being able to find his pit board to having some kind of sim issue somewhere. Maybe a monitor. How many times have we heard of people saying that they've had pop-up boxes come up over their screen and they can't see anything? So maybe that was, you just never can tell. It was just a very weird pit entry, very slow. So we'll see if we get some information later on that.
You're right. It is difficult to tell from our perspective. We don't have that a little bit of extra info that the drivers, obviously, from what they're doing, what they're seeing, kind of thing. But yeah, it's a little bit of a guessing game. But either way, we move forward because Joseph Kahn's here for Solpec Precision as well. Currently having a battle with Lunatic Racing right behind them, separated by about half a second. And I think a car behind them is not far off either. But oh, that's going to put a spanner in the works though for Lunatic. Drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. So that is going to put an end to that battle.
Yeah, they Lunatics had a very, very rough race. Obviously, you can tell some battle scars on the car. Obviously, so now they get the short end of the stick there for avoidable contact. So it's come through and take a drive-through penalty. Their second car a lap down, so obviously they'll lose. They may lose a position or two just coming through, but I guess the good thing is they come through and maybe save a little bit of fuel. So that might help them actually in the long run if they were short of fuel. So we'll have to just never can tell when you can when something like that gives you a little bit of an assistance, because they can come through now on the pit limiter, save a little bit of fuel coming through, and like I said, maybe make it to that 2-hour mark when they couldn't before, and so that may save them a splash at the end. So it may wipe out a splash and dash and actually be an advantage as opposed to a hindrance.
Well, yeah, they do say every cloud has a silver lining, so maybe this is theirs, who knows. But yeah, the Lunatic Racing having to serve that drive-through, unfortunately, so they're going to come back out now onto the circuit. This is very tricky here, as where you join the racing circuit is very much at the apex of turn 1, and you're going a lot slower than the guys around you, but luckily managing to get out into no traffic behind them, so not going to cause any issues on the rejoin. Luckily for them guys, it makes it a bit easier mentally for them as well. I will also give a shout out to Claudio. Thank you for subscribing to Apex Racing TV, and thank you everyone that has during this live stream so far. Apologies if we haven't been able to shout everybody out, but it's been, as you can see, a very chaotic race so far, and difficult to catch up on that. And if you are enjoying the race too, by all means give it a thumbs up and a like. It does absolutely help us here. It helps the channel, it helps the racing as well in that sense, because everything will go towards putting on more events such as this.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, for sure. I was kind of looking at the gap now for GT3 Pro. It's really tightened up. Sonic's just at that 2-second mark behind Solpec, and we're coming up to the final pit cycle for the GT3 cars. Like I said, for most of the cars, it look like they're going to be able to make it on the second stop and get to the end. So 2 seconds between P1 and P2. another 1.8 back to P3, and 6 seconds total from P1 to P4. So this has the makings of very, very, very interesting ending to this race for the GT3 Pro class.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Certainly does seem to be closing in. Not at a rate of knots, but he is slowly chipping away at it, and that's going to be down to, you know, a bit of the working through the traffic as well, which is potentially holding him up a tiny bit. But yeah, closing in nonetheless, so we should get a nice battle here for the lead, but we are coming up to the pits very shortly indeed, so that might put a little bit of a spin on things here for the GT3 class, at least, particularly the leaders. There's more traffic coming round, trying to get past Federico, but he's holding his own here and has climbed his way back to second, so it's still looking good for the Ferrari team and Sonic Racing team.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a great run.
Like we say, yeah, just coming up to the 2-hour mark, so 2/3 of the race almost completed, and we'll then get into the final third itself. Crunch time, as I like to call it, and you know, that's when your moves really are going to have to make it count, of course, because you are getting in to the final part of the race, and every move really does mean points, and then at the end of the day, prizes.
Absolutely, yeah. Every point is going to be critical. We saw it's championship points battle is still very tight in every class. So every point you can get today is it may help you at the end of this. It may be the difference between a win or a P3 at this point. It's just a couple of points here and there are going to make a huge difference. As we're on board here with iRTES Sport 3 running in 5th place, but 26 seconds back of the lead. So 20-second gap between himself, Chris Young, and Hyperion Racing in P4. As we're now at the 2-hour mark of the race. So I do see a couple of cars that are already in the pits for their final stop. So we'll see when all the rest of the cars are going to come in. We've got, just kind of looking down the list here, looks like we've got 16 or so cars on the lead lap in the GT3 class. As we're on now, this is CMS Racing. Here comes Fendi Racing 327 in, Adam Moen from P9. He was a little less than a minute back of their lead. And here we got Luke Fisher and Fendi Racing 383 coming in. Here's final stop. So now the leaders are starting to come in, and we'll see how everything shakes out. As the gap now between Solpec and Sonic Racing is 1.2 seconds for the lead of the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, dropping, and yeah, lots of cars coming into the pits. Luke Fisher there for the amateur class leader, who's now going to be overtaken by Racing Ruby, who are able to go that extra lap by the seams of things, is the going team. But yeah, we're going to get an idea now of where people are lining up. But that's Davis Braun having a moment. Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, currently P3 for the LMP2 class. I don't think he's going to lose out to Bear Prototipo behind. They are some further 8 seconds back, so he's probably gotten away with that one, we would say. Still holds P for the time being. It did just look like he lost a little bit of control with the car, but yeah, moving forward. And that's always good to see, still in this race. But yeah, the gaps are closing in. We're getting into the final pit stop realms now. Obviously, the GT3s should be about now. So we're going to find out very, very soon whereabouts everybody lines up for the final sprint to the end.
Yep, absolutely. So we got Bear Pope Workers Union end. They were, I think, running in 3rd in the GT3 Pro class. They're in for their final stop. You see the battle here between a couple of LMDH cars. It's Neil Teester's around, all on his own. Gets a nice rejoin there, nice clear track to jump back in. Obviously drops a position there to Pneumatic Blue, I believe is who they were in the battle with. Or that was him going into a further lap down, one or the other. Can't really tell, but he is back on track in his Cadillac LMDH car. We got Frederico's back out on track. Solpec, and now that gap is now 0.8 of a second, so it's game on for first place in GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, game on indeed. Robbie and Federico. Robbie then, in fact. So Sonic Racing Team going to take the lead. Federico goes around again in his Ferrari. So clearly able to save a little bit of extra fuel then in this race and able to do the extra lap. That does mean his stop's going to be slightly quicker as well when he does get to it. So he's going to be able to run around with less fuel for longer. He's able to have a slightly shorter stop. The way I see things, that is just a big plus for the Sonic Racing Team. But not far behind them here. Derek Heiberger with Hyperion Racing now second position. I think they're still waiting to make a stop as well. So we'll find out very shortly once the rest of these GT3s have done their final stop where things are going to pan out, where all these drivers are and what the gaps are in the final closing stages as Nicholas Holden for Bear Pope Enduro also into the pits. I think some 40 seconds down he was. So on the lead lap, but he's a little bit further back.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking. We've already got Bear Pope Workers Union in. They're a minute 16 back. So we should start seeing Solpec. They're on the exit now. So we'll see where they come out in relation to Bear Pope Workers Union as that cycles back around.
Yep. Things getting a little bit tense there as they file their way through 4 and 5. And I think, Charles, we've got someone in the waiting area to have a nice chat with us. So we've got Dan Fendick. Let's bring him on in here, have a little word, and find out who he represents and what team.
Indy Racing. I can see that from his logo on Discord.
Fantastic.
So, Dan, welcome from Fendi Racing. So you got several cars out there. So we'll let you just kind of go over how your race is going so far. It's been pretty dramatic as far as from where we're sitting. Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Hey, Dan. So it's been a pretty dramatic race so far. You've got several cars out on track, so just kind of go over how the team's doing overall.
Well, I tell you that our 4 teams are doing fine. We're still in the race, and the incidents on this track are very difficult racing, but the guys are doing great. Each one of them is striving to do their absolutely best, and hopefully several can make a podium. But yeah, they're doing fine.
Awesome. So yeah, we've seen lots of drama throughout the race. Obviously, you know, it's a pretty wide track, but obviously there's a couple of corners out here that are just really, really difficult for these multi-class races. It just seem to be the trouble spots on the race. Particularly, I think turn 8 and turn 13, we've seen multiple contacts between classes through those corners.
Yeah, for sure. It's a give and go situation with the prototypes and the GT3s, the slower cars. But I think this last hour, things are settling in, and I think the guys are going to ascend it for sure.
Yeah, I almost guarantee that. So all your teams are good for fuel for the rest of the race?
I believe they are, yes. Yeah. Driver changes have occurred, so I think we're looking good on the fair share. And just got to bring it home this last hour.
Awesome. Well, Dan, thanks for stopping in and talking to us for a couple of minutes, and we'll let you get back to it and enjoy the last 50 minutes or so of this race.
Great. Yeah, sure will. You guys are doing a great job broadcasting, too. Appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Dan. Lovely. Well, that was Dan Fendick from Fendi Racing. Thanks for stopping by once again. And yeah, good luck to the team going forward. And they seem to be doing all right in the amateur class so far this evening. Currently running P2 for the pro category of the GT3s. Do seem to be struggling ever so slightly, but still in this race, as Dan said, and looking to score a podium in the amateurs at least. So doing well, let's put it that way. They're not out of this yet, but this is a big battle here as on the pit exit. Miguel back in the car then after Federico. They've done a driver swap, but they're battling on exit with Solpec, Sonic Racing Team, going at it side by side through turn number 4 now, and Solpec just about coming out on top. Avoid the lapping traffic, and Sonic Racing Team relegated to 2nd position at the moment, but this is battle on here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great battle, and I think the Solpec car just came out, and it was going to be touch and go where they get the tires or back up to temp, and I'm sorry, the Sonic Racing Team get the tires back up to temp and get some grip in them, and obviously not quite enough, but obviously you can see half-second gap between these two cars. This race is not over by a long shot. There will be battles pretty much unless something happens for the remainder of this race. Kind of looking back down at Bearpoat Workers Union and Hyperion are about 12 seconds back. I want to see. I'm just going to do some looking through the timing and scoring here, and it doesn't really look like anything stands out as to why that they're that far back. Yeah, it's about 4 seconds or so as far as their pit time. So it's kind of interesting that they dropped that far down. It just could be just where they caught traffic, and it's just held them up and caused this big gap between the top 2 and then 3, 4, and 5 with a battle amongst themselves between Tenuto, Bearpoat Workers, and Hyperion. Ooh, as we see Hyperion sliding through the corner.
Yeah, you can hear me. Sorry.
A little drift going there.
You can hear me squealing. Oh, I can feel it myself. I'm clenching. No, Hyperion, they were absolutely trying to navigate their way through that final corner. They're 2 faster prototypes on each side of the car, very much feeling probably boxed in at that moment. And they did have that ever so small slide, so they've lost some time because of that, but they're still in this race. So Turner at the wheel, very good reactions there to keep a hold of the car, because I think if it was me, I'd be facing in the barrier, let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it might have taken a couple cars with me when I went. So yeah, great bit of driving there just to hang on to the car. But obviously that's going to drop them down, like you said, about 5 seconds or so behind that group in 3rd and 4th. So that'll make a nice 2-car battle as we see a little lock up there by Clun Crew coming through the corner.
Well, this is an interesting, because this is battle for position as well. Punk Crew just losing out there to Solpec on the exit of 3. Through 4 now. German pit bulls are, I think, not quite right there, sorry, apologies. It's got 100 force, looking at the timings all wrong. 100 force are right in front of them, only by a couple of seconds, and then you've got Solpec, Punk Crew, Pink here, 3, 4 and 5. There is 100 force now, piloted by Noah Hinton. Through turn number 8, you might see them through the next shot, not quite. But yeah, only separated by a couple of seconds. There they are. They've just gone over the brow of that hill. That's David Aguado for Solpec, and this is a nice battle then for the final podium spot then in the top class. So the LMDHs still racing to be done. Virtual drivers do seem to have a handle on things, but yeah, there's still good racing behind them, all for these podium spots.
Oh yeah, and Team FFSR is now in the pits. And if this is their final stop, they're going to be a little bit short. So they may have to come back in and take that splash after all. Well, that was one of the different cars, but that was the 99 and not that was one of the other cars that came in. But there you see the 99 car of Team FFSR in the pits. And yeah, it's going to make them a little short of getting to that 3-hour mark. They're going to be just a little short. I think those cars run about 45 minutes. I think the both prototypes are running, I think, about the same. Ooh, a little contact there between the number 2 Porsche and one of the Mustangs that's in the field. Not necessarily the happiest of Mustang drivers there. Or I think that was Solpec actually. RTES, I'm sorry. I'll make sure I get that right. But yeah, just give them a little shoulder on the way through, coming through that set of corners. Daniel Mills, and Daniel was not thrilled with that overtake.
Probably not. It happened, and you've got to move forward because there's still a race in your hand. You've still got 45 minutes left. And like you say, those LMDHs, they do about 45 minutes to the tank. The team I'm curious about then is the German Pit Bulls. They pitted in maybe 5 minutes ago, so it's either going to be some extreme fuel saving. You can see they're currently 5th. They have made a stop, so I would only imagine they're going to the end. If not, it's going to be a splash and dash. But they're going to have to do some extreme fuel saving if they want to get to the end of this race. But they were running P2 before their stop, so they're definitely in the podium battle. It's just a matter of have they got the pace and the fuel to keep it up.
Yeah, and as you're saying that, Concrete Pink's coming into the pit, so it may be that all these cars have to stop for that final splash at the end. So, you know, it may just be a difference of a couple of seconds for each pit stop based on what lap you came in for those cars. But if any of these top runners at LMDH can get to that 2-minute 15 mark, they've got a good chance of getting a great result here. Just by virtue of not having to make that little splash at the end.
Yeah, certainly do. And sorry, this is a move. That was a move. Sorry, for P2 there. Solpek getting past 100 force, and David doing his best overtake there into turn number 5. Timed it to perfection, nailed his braking zone, made the move, and Noah is now down into P3. But looking at that 100 force car, I don't think he's quite up to full pace. I would imagine fuel savings going on. So this is coming back to sort of that pit strategy. You do have to think about it in amongst all this carnage as well of the multi-class around this circuit where it is so short. You catch up to cars so quickly. But yeah, 100 force down in 3rd, Solpek up to 2nd, and we'll see how that battle fares on. But this is the battle for the lead of the GT3 class, and this is going to be for the lead because there's no real pit strategies left. They've done their final stops, and Sonic Racing Team down the inside, piloted by Miguel. Nice move to take the lead of their class, and Solpek going to have to try and find an answer and a way back pass if they want to take this win. Yeah, nice move. I'm just reminiscing in the move, to be honest. It was really nice stuff, and yeah, Sonic Racing Team, they've already gapped almost 2 seconds. They've got a bit of traffic there, but Solpek dropping it off slightly, but still very much in this battle and fight. It's going to be the traffic filing through that is causing a little bit of that time drop off. But here is another battle still raging on circuit between RD Simsport and Penguin RC. The battle for 5th in the pro class, Ford versus McLaren. You don't see many Fords that far up the grid if you go back through the history books, but maybe thinking of the GT40s at Le Mans. That's a very famous and special car for them. But they are racing McLaren right now and currently for 5th. At the moment, the Ford doing everything he can to stay in front and defending nicely where he needs to, and he should have the legs to stay in front down the start-finish straight. There's a massive growling V8 in under that car bonnet, and that will absolutely drag the car out of the corner with some grunt, I can tell you that. But the McLaren holding his own through the corners, and that's where he's going to shine over the Ford. Mikel at the wheel then for Penguin RC, and we'll see if he can find a way through.
Yeah, it's, you know, you're right about the Ford. You know, the Mustangs are very got that gigantic V8 in the front of that car, just launching it down these straightaways. You know, the downside for the American GT car has always been the handling is not always been up to European or Japanese standards. But you know, these Mustangs have taken a big leap, as well as the Corvette. So I'm not gonna pick one over the other. But these are much more competitive cars than what we've seen in the past. And he's doing a good job. And he's running P5. He's keeping in front of that Penguin RC car. But it's going to be a nice battle here for the final 43 minutes or so of this race. And you know, Penguin's going to have to look for a way around, because another thing about that Mustang is big. It's a big car. I mean, it's, you know, it's kind of like the old days from the old GTE class where you had the M8 basically was the width of the track everywhere you went, and nobody could ever get around it. But the Mustang very much the same way, kind of like the I guess the BMW is very similar to that. It's kind of a big boxy car, but obviously lots and lots of power on it.
Yeah, certainly are. It matches the road-going cars really of America, wide large vehicles. But imagine if they still had the curb feelers; they'd be even wider. Little whiskers sticking out on the end.
That's right.
Thank God they've done away with those. Instead, you've got cameras all the way around it, looking at your front and rear. But
That's true.
nice progressment in technology. But you kind of feel for the little fender, the bumper feelers. They're certainly iconic, aren't they?
They absolutely are. Absolutely are.
But yes, you are right. That Ford is wide and certainly making it wider. Oh, that's a bit touch and go there as Michael had a prototype down his inside. Daniel Mills, RD Sim Sport 3, filing his... Sorry, he said Daniel Mills is the Ford. Apologies, but the prototype did find their way through nonetheless, and Daniel Mills is still ahead of that McLaren, doing his best to defend at the moment. Maybe a few drivers will have a little look at that as a masterclass of defending, as the leader of the LMP2s is in. That's Philip Keller for West Coast Racing. I think he's a bit out of sequence though with the rest of them, because there goes Mike Gallant in his echelon.
Yeah, it's like that. They're it looks like Echelon's got a pretty good handle on things here. So I'm looking at they're about. Most of the cars haven't really stopped, so this is the thing. Luke Patrick is the first of the LMP2s that are in. But I'll take that back. Eli Singh has been in for a fourth stop. And Luke Patrick's in now. Noah Hinton is in for LMDH. For 100 Force, they are one of the last two. So it's them and virtual drivers have now came into the pit lane. And this should be their last stop of the race. They're well past the 2 hour 15 mark.
Well, this is going to be interesting with where, they come back out on circuit, because some of the other drivers might have just gone, all guns ablaze and pedal to the floor in hopes that maybe they'll be able to make up the deficit of the extra stop that they're going to have to do, probably going to have a splash and dash. And so it is hard to tell who is really racing who at this present moment until we really get into the final 15 minutes. You can really then tell, okay, this is how close they are to the next car, or how far away, whatever you want to word it, and then you can really see who has got a chance to make a move.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. It'll all come out toward the end of the races as those LMDH cars that stopped around the 2 hour 10 mark have to peel off and come in for their splash and dash. So you'll see who's going to be able to. Obviously, we know those two cars are good for sure. Virtual Drivers is back out now. We'll see what the gap is back to Solpeck and David Aguado running through. It's like he's coming around the last corner now, and he's coming in for his pit stop. That's interesting. So this is a final pit stop. This is a fourth pit stop for the Solpeck car.
I wonder if this is that splash and dash.
Yeah, that's basically going to take them out of it, I think. I mean, unless they're taking a splash and dash now, which is not a bad strategy. Go ahead and get it out of the way. If you know you've got to just take a couple of laps worth of fuel, go ahead and get it done, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. You can run to the end. Or I'm wondering if maybe they came in earlier for some repairs of some type that I just don't remember right off the top of my head. But yeah, so he's going through now, and it's 15 seconds stopped. So this feels like it's going to be a full pit stop here.
It's really telling us tyres as well on the car, so
it's all
freshened up.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So there goes Nicholas Schwartz then for the sister team through for P4, and so there goes David. He's now leaving the pits. And that nice engine will rev to life, no doubt about there, when the speed picks up and the internal combustion engine kicks in, and then you get that lovely sound as it roars to life. Absolutely fantastic. In the virtual world and in real life, I think both are very well represented in that aspect, because you love the whirring of the electrics down the pit. It's a nice, it's almost like the winding up of a turbo, and then as you pick up speed, the roar of the engine absolutely takes you away and puts I know it stands the hairs on my arm on their end. I get goosebumps. It's brilliant. I love it. Can't get enough of it.
Yeah, it's very cool sound effect in the game, and it's a very cool effect that these cars have on the track. You know, as they're going down just on battery power, and with enough energy to where they actually hit the pit limiter toward the end of the pit lane, and then that internal combustion engine roars to life. And yeah, the sound is absolutely fantastic. We see a warning for stern warning to Team FFSR for car control. So they're going to have to keep their car in a straight line for the remainder of the race. So we see the gap now for LMDH. Virtual Drivers is ahead by 24 seconds over German Pit Bulls. Team FFSR is in third, 53 seconds back. So as we see,
car off.
James Lodson for Bear Pope Enduro, P8 and GT3 Pro, off in the grass. Kind of feels like that might have had he had a little bit of help there.
Well, let's find out and see. James Logston through 9 now for Bear Pope. Up towards. Oh no, he's lost it.
Ooh.
Whoa, we haven't seen that all evening. That's a rare one.
That is very interesting. That was, I'm going to guess that he felt the rear of the car starting to go and tried to correct it, and basically just took him all the way across the track in a bit of a half slide, and was able to get it into the gravel and recover it with no contact to another car or to any of the barriers. So. But yeah, very interesting slide through there. It's the first time we've seen it behave that way. I would agree.
Yeah, really was fortunate to not hit the wall, so he's escaped it in a way, with not having any contact with any not physical objects, but like immovable objects. So he's on the right there. That's a massive off. Who is that? Aaron Beaver for Blue Chip Racing. This is LMP2's. Who's the other car involved? That's going to be the big question. It's Solpeck. It's David. David for Solpeck Precision Racing, losing out. We're going to need a replay of that one, Samuli, because that looked huge. Puffs of smoke everywhere. That's on the run down to 12 then. And there goes David round the outside. Oh, I don't think he saw him.
I don't think he did either, but I also think he had help. I think he caught the inside curve, and that kind of kicked him wide. I think he was trying to keep that tight. Maybe he knew he was there, but didn't know exactly where, but was absolutely trying to keep that car tight to the inside line, and just caught the curb, and it kicked him across the track. And, you know, obviously nowhere for the outside car to go.
No, absolutely not. It's a real shame for David in his Solpeck car for the LMDH. They were running quite well there, so they're going to lose out a little bit, but also just as devastating for the LMP2 car as well. That's another off. That's Michael Hoopen out, Bear Pope Workers Union. Oh, there's another cuff them, so there's some contact happening. Oh, and Dick Muller also involved for Doc Bear Bar. 3 cars there all involved. That's going to be quite crucial for the GT3 Pro category, because the Bear Pope Workers Unit, they're only a few seconds in front of P5 and 6, and that is Penguin RC, who finally found their way past the Ford Mustang they were racing. Another car off, Ryan. Daniel Mills. Oh, this is the Ford we were talking about. This is what they were racing them a few laps ago. Something big has happened. That's Fendi Racing. Oh, wow. That's devastating. What's happened? Well, that's a big bit of contact. Oh, Dog Bear Bar got collected. So synchronized pirouettes there. Synchronized returning as well, and just a bit of a coming together, isn't it? Nothing really to it.
No, not really anything you could have done there. But I will say that I'm just kind of looking, and we do have a battle that's kind of heating up. We've still got that battle in the GT3 Pro for the lead. That gap is 0.8 of a second between Sonic Racing and Solpeck. So they are still hammering around as they're getting past. I saw Back Pain and Eye Strain being lapped by those 2 cars, with some faster class cars coming up. It'll be looking to work their way to the. Nicely done by that Acura. Just kind of wait, get through the corner, clear them. Nicely done.
I want to know where Back Pain and Eye Strain have gone. They were running 3rd for the AM category. They've dropped off somewhere. What has happened to them is what I'm thinking about right now. I think I'm going to have to do some investigation here. They're still running around the circuit. They are currently. Where
P5
are
in
they?
class.
They're P5 in class. Okay. What has happened? I'm going to try and find out, Charles. Do a little bit of investigation work to see here because they were third. So.
Well, their last lap was 15 seconds off the pace for the rest of the GT3 class. So I'm going to say something happened somewhere. Obviously, we saw, I think, several cars off the track there around where they were, so they might have been involved in something. But yeah, they definitely were. They definitely had a very slow last lap.
Well, I can confirm it was a splash and dash. They came into the
there you
pits, pulled over very quickly, and away they went very quickly too. So filling up just that little bit of fuel to make sure they reached the end. So clearly weren't able to save enough on their ventures round. So that's what happened to them. Yeah, had to pit for a little bit of extra fuel.
That makes total sense.
Certainly does. You do want to make sure you do see that checkered flag, and running out of fuel on the final lap is the worst thing in the world. Absolutely gutting when that happens.
More contact.
More contact. Spencer. No, it's not. It's Peter Lowe for Team Tenuto. They have had a day of drama, that team. They were upside down on the first corner. They've managed to fight their way back. Currently 10th position, and Peter Lowe there is getting a little bit wrong potentially, or maybe I think he might have even been helped round through turn 13.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of cars involved in that.
Garrick up to turn 13, goes for it, absolute sends it on him.
That was ambitious. that was overly ambitious in my opinion, but that'll be something for the stewards. I think that Team Tenuto car was a lap down to the Porsche there of FFSR.
Yeah,
so obviously, he may have felt like he was allowed to make that move, but I don't have the rule book memorized, so we'll leave that for the stewards should they need to be brought into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can get a good idea of, based on real world, what the rules are, but it's ultimately down to what the iRacing Team Endurance Series decide as their final rules book. So only they will know what is.
That's right.
What is a penalty or what is okay and what is allowed. But the drivers should at least brush up on that rule book so that they know themselves. But that's down to them in their personal time if they want to do that. Either way, FFSR. They are still third, and unfortunately, Team Tenuto did suffer from that. But we'll see later on, I'm sure, what the verdict is on it. But just under half an hour left. We are really getting into that crunch time territory that I like to call it. So, most cars should have done their final stop. The only ones left might be a few splash and dashes. And now we can really see what the field looks like as we get into the closing stages.
Yeah, I just saw a note from Samuli. He's been tracking this. Over 250 reported incidents during the course of this race, and we're at the 2.5 hour mark. So obviously you heard it from Dan Fendick earlier. I don't know necessarily what was expected, but everybody's kind of seen the issues with multi-class racing here. Not that that's a bad thing, because obviously WEC comes here every year to run this race, and they do a really good job putting an event on, and it is very tight for those guys and gals, because we can't leave out the Iron Dames. But so you kind of see the difficulties with running multi-class racing on this track, just because of the nature of the track, and these drivers are kind of suffering just as well, just like the pros do.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's a great track for racing at, in my humble opinion. So it is it's almost a modern classic in a way, just based on its layout, the corner designs. It's tricky, it's challenging, and it's fun as a driver going around. It's fun to drive, and that is very important, as well as putting on a show for the fans and making it entertaining. So. And all round, I think this could be a circuit that goes down very much in the history books, but it is still early in its career in a way. Like I said, constructed in 2008, it's not even 20 years old. So in racing circuit terms, it's very, very young. Yep. But here is a battle unfolding on it. Fendi Racing having to defend from Going Racing Ruby. These two teams, funnily enough, I think are the top two teams for their category. They certainly are. They're tied on points. Going Racing Ruby at the top with Fendi Racing in second, but they are tied. So whoever comes out on top here is going to be on top going into the next round of this circuit. Oh, watch the car that spun there on exit, and Fendi Racing managing to fend off Racing Ruby for just the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Just as we see, once again, we got, I think that's Team Tenuta working their way through. Kind of held Fendi up a little bit, allowed Going Racing. And that's a good example of where you see how traffic affects the times between the cars. Fendi did nothing wrong there. They just had to kind of wait for that car to clear the corner. But it gave Going Ruby a chance to make up all that ground, and it went from a second back to 2/10 back. And so now that's back to a nose to tail race. And then the next set of traffic they'll have to deal with may stretch it back out again.
Yeah, it certainly could do. I think this is a real good show of why GT3s are so popular, though. Between the pros and the amateurs, there is a battle for P1. Both of them are under a second, so the gaps between them, nothing at all in racing terms, really and truthfully, and that is just a testament to GT3s. This is why they're such a popular car to go racing in both real life and in the virtual world, because you do just get fantastic events such as this, and I think this is definitely going to go right down to the wire. Sonic Racing Team leading the pros, and Fendi currently leading the amateurs. So yeah, it's all to play for these guys. 4 teams going at it, both for a win in their respective categories.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the reason the GT3s were popular is the reason NASCAR was popular, because, the car that wins on Sunday gets bought on Monday. That's why the NASCARs, even though they have a common template now, still have sponsors, sponsors of manufacturers, and still have brand names on them. So you could go buy that Mustang or Camaro and have your own little NASCAR sitting in your front yard. Same thing with these cars, except they're just a little more expensive. I mean, if you go buy a Ferrari 296, you're shelling out some cash. So it's a little more expensive, but it's the same principle. It's a car that you see out on the racetrack on the weekend, and then you could go and have one in your yard or in your driveway on that very following Monday.
Yeah, I think trying to shell out for a McLaren 720S or a Porsche 992 a little bit out of my price range, but you're certainly right though. You are certainly bang on the money. I think the better comparison would be something like touring car. They are real road-going cars, but they're not racing here, so we'll leave that to another day. But they're a bit more in my price range, I think.
Yeah, saw David Holzhammer run wide coming through that those last 2 corners there. I obviously don't know, but at some point we're getting down to the last 25, 24 minutes of this race. You have to be very careful. If you're near that incident limit, you would hate to lose the battle for the lead from a drive-through penalty for incident points. So you got to be very careful that you keep your momentum going, and you're obviously in a very tight battle with a car behind. So you got to make sure you don't take a lot of off tracks in the process of that.
Yeah, for sure. Spot on the money as always, Charles. But I think at this present moment, they're not too... I mean, it will be in the back of their mind if they're near the limit, but if they're not, they're going to be just absolutely going for it to try and get this win. Fendi Racing doing its best defensive lines at the moment and making it work, and Going Racing Ruby trying to find a way past. So Eugene having to muster all of his skill and talent if he wants to see if he can make a move. This is going to be a good opportunity here to turn 10. Fendi very wise to it, takes that tighter inside line, and you can run a few lines through that turn 11 corner and still gain some good track time. So they're doing all right, the pair of them. Fendi still fending off the Mercedes behind. So it's Ferrari versus Mercedes. I don't know how many times we've said that in Formula 1 in the previous decade, but it still holds true here for GT3s.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's this is a classic battle from manufacturers that have gone back decades. So it's good to see these 2 cars up front and battling for that class win.
Absolutely. Here comes some more cars to lap them. Shouldn't affect them by the time they get towards turn number 1. No, it does not. Through they go, still Fendi from Going Racing. That was a little bit of a wiggle there from Fendi Racing in his Ferrari. He did manage to keep it under wraps though, and still in the lead. And you can see there, that's just the power of the multi-class. That was close because the gap's opened up. It's nearly a second.
Yeah, yeah, he got the car loose, but because they had a LMDH working its way through, the Mercedes could not capitalize. Actually lost a bit of time on the Ferrari during that section of corners.
And that's through no fault of his own. That's just purely down to this style of racing, and part of what gives it its charm. You do have to navigate traffic like that. You have to try and be wary of cars coming past you if you're the slowest one, or in the slowest category I should say, or if you're the fastest one, you need to make sure you can overtake safely. But yeah, it's fascinating stuff either way up and down the field, as we've got another battle going on here. This is a freeway battle then for P5. In the pro category, we've got Tectonic, RD Simsport and Bear Pope Enduro. We've got what looks to be a Ferrari, a Ford and the brand new Acura in 7th. So that's a pretty good showing from the Acura there. It's trying to take on some giants here this evening. And being that this is the pro category, it gives it a pretty good idea of how competitive that car is in the actual iRacing world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's you know, from all accounts, it's done a great job. These new teams have picked the car up and are doing well with it. I did see a note from Samuli from earlier that the Ferrari 499 LMDH was not available to be picked up. I think because there were some issues when iRacing deployed it, and so I think they said, you know what, we're not going to let that come into play, at least during this race. We may see that later on in the season once we've had some patches done for the iRacing service. But for now, the 499 not available. It is a beautiful looking car though, so can't wait to see if it makes an appearance here, as we see the Acura looking down, just not enough. You can see the power of that Mustang, you know, that big V8 up front, able to hold the Acura off there, going down the front straight into turn 1. Acura doing a great job here through these little technical sections of the track. As we see Tenuto coming up from behind, it's going to work his way through. So if he gets involved in the middle of this, we can get all the way clear, and he manages to clear both cars. So nicely done. Got basically 3 battles in 3 different classes. We've got the LMP2 class. Battle of the lead 2 cars are a second apart, 1.5 seconds for the GT3 Pro. And we've got Zane Conn around for ART Motorsports. ART having a pretty rough day today.
Yeah, they've not had the best run of form, have they, bless them? And Zane taking the brunt of it once again by the seams through turn 3. Is it just too much speed? Yes, it is. Round it goes.
I don't know what it looks like.
That's what it looks a little bit like. In all of that, we have seen a change for the leader in the amateur class. Going Racing Ruby did manage to get past Fendi Racing, as that's Luke Patrick with a massive off there at turn 3. Rear wing gone. That's really crucial late on in his race. He's only got under 20 minutes to go. He's going to have a big load of repairs coming up now. That's a real tough break for him, because they were doing really well. I think this could be the replay for it. Yeah, here we go. Luke Patrick, turn 1, no problems. Turn number 2, no problems. Here comes the potential problem though.
Oh, yep. There we go.
That's what it was.
Contact with the LMDH car. That's Neil Seasters and RD Simsport Cadillac. Just once again, I think just a little overly aggressive there going into that corner. Maybe just misjudged that a bit. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, West Coast Racing's now got, you know, a couple of minutes of repairs they're going to do to get that rear wing put back on, because obviously it's going to be very difficult to drive that car without it. That is where a lot of the downforce is coming from for the rear of the car. So they're going to struggle, and they're going to have to come in and get that repaired, and it's going to put a big cheek in their race there, unfortunately.
Well, that was the move for the lead. Eugene dives it down the inside. Turn 13 gets it stopped up nicely. Fendi with no response either. So that is the change of the lead there in the amateur category for the GT3s and Going Racing Ruby and Eugene are being able to pull away now from Fendi Racing as well, creating a bit of a buffer between them, which is nice for them. That's another car round. That's Curtis for Punk Crew Grey. Getting it wrong, that looks to be turn number 5. And he stops up. Oh, he's towing. I want contact maybe. Let's have a look, find out. Yeah, turn 5, I was bang on the money. I know the circuit well enough, clearly. There we go, down to turn 5. Oh!
That was
small, and then, bigger.
Yeah, much bigger. Yeah, I think that was what I was talking about with, with the lockup on the brakes as it shifts that brake bias back to the rear. You tend to see that when you get real hard on the brakes, it just kind of flips that car around, and that's what it looked like happening. I think he kind of released it and manages to keep it in a straight line, but unfortunately there was a car at the end of that straight line and contact made.
Absolutely, it's a shame that's not the way you really want to go out, particularly with only 15 minutes left on the clock. Big dent in their racing afternoon, but we're looking here for Daniel Mills, RD Sim Sport 3, defending once again from their Pope Enduro. That Acura still can't seem to find a way past this Ford Mustang, and like we said earlier, Charles mentioning, it is probably the widest GT3 on the field. And so it is quite a task to pass, and at the moment Bear Pope's still looking at the rear bumper of it, trying to find that way.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still kind of hanging behind, and we see Kevin Ayers there, CMS Racing, in the Corvette, the other of the American brands, and that looks like he's got some suspension damage of some type. Manages to pull right into the pits, so very lucky that happened in the last couple of corners of the track. And come in and get that car repaired.
When you say lucky, he was running in the podium spot, so I wouldn't call it that so much, but yeah, he was lucky where it happened, is what we would say. Yeah, you're quite right, Charles.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh, here we go, we'll get a replay of it as well. We'll try and think of keeping an eye on the battle there unfolding. But Kevin Ayers, round the final corner, I reckon it's just the rear steps. Oh, he tried to catch it, and then it went. Oh, that's big. Yeah, that's a race ender there with this so late on.
Yeah,
that's a shame because they were going really well in that amateur category. It does promote the likes of Back Pain and Ice Stream back up though, and we'll see how the pit strategies fan out for the rest of that.
That's
GT3.
the wrong direction.
Turner Schroll, Hyperion Racing, facing the wrong way, and contact being made on his way through. It doesn't look like a big bit of contact, but
no, but
it was P3 as well.
P3. So in there battling with the 80 car.
He comes across his nose.
Ooh. Yeah, just comes across the nose. Then he lets it roll and then hits the brakes, and I think that may be another additional penalty involved in that, because he let the car roll back onto the track before he put the brakes on and got the car stopped. And then there was a car coming, and nothing that car could really do is just do his best to try and avoid it, and could not quite get around that McLaren.
Absolutely, but it looks as though he's missing the rear bumper now, so he's going to be feeling a bit naked from the back. He's struggling. He's clearly carrying damage. He's going to have to come in, and Penguin RC coming up on them thick and fast. Only 4 seconds back. There they are, back a shot. Closing on in. This is a tricky corner with damage. He's navigating it well, though. He'll come straight into the pits, I'd imagine. Be silly not to. Yeah, there we go. In he flies. But it's going to promote Penguin RC up to third position now. Goes Michael Gonzalez in his McLaren. I don't think any further positions are on the board for Penguin RC, but a podium is still a fantastic result for them.
Yeah, you say that, and I don't want to jinx it, but you know,
you're right though.
It is. We've still got 12 minutes left in this race, and obviously we don't want to see any more contact between cars, so that's not what we're cheering for. We want everybody to finish, but yeah, it's Penguin RC was running, 6th or 7th? I mean, solidly 6th or 7th earlier in the race, and here they are now in the podium positions. They're 45 seconds back of Sonic Racing, he's now pulled out a nice 5-second gap over Solpec. So, so once again, just keeping the car on the track and keeping it clean is paying dividends today.
Certainly is. If they do finish like this, Sonic Racing, they're currently sitting 8th in the pro category. It'll be a nice points boost for them. Solpec Precision Racing 111. They're currently 15th. That'll be a massive points boost for them. And if Penguin RC finish where they are, they're currently 7th. So between them and Sonic Racing, it's pretty close and tense in that pro category. So each of those teams obviously getting a nice boost of points to their tally should they finish where they are. Like you say, it's been so chaotic and hectic, you can't really make a prediction of that's where they're going to finish, because you never know. Round the next corner there could be a car facing directly at you, and that's obviously the worst thing to see coming around the next corner. But at the moment, that's how it would sit if they did finish like this. And yeah, not long left now to go to get that sort of points haul. And yeah, just over the 10-minute mark left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And got on board here with James Logson and Bear Poking running in 5th. Daniel Mills there and RD Simsport running in 4th. The nice Mustang. Still nose to tail between those two cars. They've been pretty much, tied together here since the pit stop. So it's kind of business as usual, and it's coming down to the last few minutes. And if there's anything that Acura has for that Mustang, he needs to be pulling that out here in short order.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's I don't want to say desperation will creep in, but if you're Bear Pope Enduro, if you can get that next spot, you're looking at a few extra points, and potentially climbing the championship up a little bit more, because currently they're 16th in this championship in the pro category. And if they did get, even if they finished 5th, that's a nice points haul from where they currently are. So they'll be moving on up and closing in on some other teams here this evening. But we've got another change here for the lead then. The amateur class, Fendi Racing back on top. As Going Racing Ruby now down to 2nd position. I wonder, did something happen, or were they just simply caught up in a little bit of traffic? We're gonna find out. Where are we looking here? Racing Ruby making the way up to turn 13, looking all good so far. Oh, there's a half spin though.
Yeah.
Just like that.
And that was enough. Yeah, that was enough. They had I think they were stretching that lead out, and it's pretty much evaporated. So now he's got all that work to do all over again to try and work his way back around Fendi's Ferrari. And as you can see, he's looking to the inside. Oh no, contact.
Ooh, and that's just them going at it a bit too much.
Yeah, a bit too much. Yeah, I think that was once again, I think that was a very optimistic move to the inside. It seems like that corner has been a bit of an issue there. Just cars trying to run side by side, and it's just not worked out most of the time.
No, it certainly has not. It's a shame, because that could and probably will give Racing Ruby a penalty to that one, because it was so easily avoidable, and it's such a shame when things like that do occur, because that probably has decided the category win here this evening. I think we're going to have a look back at it. Yeah, here we are on board here then with Eugene. You can see there gets a better run out of turn number 3. Feels the move is on, but the door was always going to close, and it's just a touch of contact, but it's enough, and that has probably cost him the race win.
Yeah, yeah. So drive through for 100 force, and I guess that's going to be probably instant limit, because there's no anything else attached to that. So yeah, it's a shame, because that's not how you want to win or lose a race. With contact with your rival, especially when you kind of feel like that you're going to there's going to be a penalty attached. I don't know if they'll issue a drive-through at this point. And once again, we're not stewards, so we're not adjudicating anything. But that, to me, that looked like that was maybe just a little bit overly ambitious. But that being said, he did have kind of a bit of an overlap to the Ferrari in front. So, once again, we'll leave that for the stewards, for them to decide. Either way, I don't think there's anything intentional there. It's just hard racing, trying to get back to the lead.
Certainly nothing intentional. I think that's very clear to say. It's just one of those things. It's unfortunate, but you know, adrenaline kicks in, and you feel like you're gonna make it, but maybe you're not, and it just happens. It's one of those things. We move on. We look forward because we are getting close to that checkered flag falling. As Fendi Racing though, they will probably come home in second now, with the gap opening up over 7 seconds at this point. This battle though has definitely not stopped. They're still going at it. This is Daniel Mills for RD Simsport and Bear Pope Enduro battling here for 4th position. Nothing has separated these guys for the last few laps, and there's still nothing separating them now as we really do get into the final few minutes of this race. I wonder if they can make a move before the end, because the way RD Simsport are driving is so... It's what you would call almost perfect in a way, because they are just defending everything as they need to.
Yeah, just running a great racing line, great defensive line, as you see. You know, I think that where the frustration comes if you're the car behind is if you feel like you're faster than the guy. If he's not only holding you up in the corners, he's holding you up on the straightaways, and there's just no way to make a move because he's just running a great line. That's when kind of desperation kicks in and you do something you probably will regret later. But so far, you know, Mustang doing a great job up there. The RD Simsport car doing a great job of running his line, and he's keeping that Acura behind, which is what he's supposed to be doing. So, you know, nothing illegal, nothing unethical or immoral about that. He's just having a really good race, and you can see the Acura really can't find a way around it. But I did see that the race control said any decisions from this point forward are post-race penalties. So that means that if there's anything that comes from the issue with Goin and Fendi, then it will be adjudicated after the race.
James Andrew there having another off. I think that's on the exit of 8 up over the blind crest there. Yeah, it absolutely is, and it gets well out of the way. I think that might even be one of the Fendi cars that's just gone through. Let's see what happened though. I would imagine it's just the rear goes light, but let's see. Through turn 7, now into 8. There's a faster car on the inside. Gets on the marbles. Oh no, bit of contact though.
Yep.
Small bit of contact, but enough to send him round.
Yeah, and that was
Pierrick again.
Car in the class, I believe. That's what I saw.
No, I think it's the LMDH. Pierrick, I believe, is Team FFSR. So, yeah, here he is. He's now entered the pits. Was that enough to warrant a drive-through, I wonder? Let's have a quick look. He's just making his way through.
He makes that little right turn here, or if he's going to keep going straight. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it is. Oh, splash and dash.
Yeah, I think that's what that is. You know, with 4 minutes left in the race, it's like, okay, he was about 2 laps short of being able to finish. That's going to drop FFSR down, I think. I don't know if they're going to lose a position because the next car is a lap down. So there were only 3 cars in the lead lap for the LBH class. So it may be that there's no harm, no foul there, and he can just go ahead and continue on now that he's came in and taken a stop.
Yeah, you could well do. I mean, if anything did come up after the race, of course, with the mind capture of the racing rules, lap down, nothing happens. But what's going on?
Echelon Simsport LMP2 leader is in the pit.
Oh, now that is interesting because that is I would imagine, a splash and dash. As Fendi Racing's lost second place now to CRF Motorsport in the AM category. It's all happening here in the closing minutes. Mike Gallant has pitted for a splash and dash here late on for the LMP2s. Is that enough for Punk Road Blue to come through? I don't know if it's going to be. Wait, where are they? They're coming across the line now. Here's Lewis Clark. Pit exit. It's going to be close. Oh, I say that. Is it close? No, Lewis has got him. Lewis has got him. We've got to change for the lead again. Lewis Clark for Punk Crew Blue has found their way into the lead here in the closing minutes for the LMP2 category. And just like that, the race has changed again for them. Before Echelon had it sewn up, but little did we know their strategy involved a splash and dash at the end. And Punk Crew Blue clearly clearly going all the way to the end from here.
Yeah, they actually stopped 2 laps before. We just didn't catch it. So they've got a 3-second gap with 3 minutes to go, or 2 minutes to go. So maybe 2 laps left, depending on where the leader is at this point. So Echelon needs to get back on the throttle in a hurry. Both cars obviously have enough to make it to the end now. As we see Davis Braun coming in from P3, Pneumatic Motorsports, they're taking their splash as well. So obviously, several of these cars for the LMP2 class did not have enough fuel when they stopped previously to make it to the end. So they're having to take the stop now, and that's dropped them a spot to Prototipo, who's now moved up to third place.
It absolutely has done, and yeah, once again, things being changed here in the podium spots. Here's an interesting thing though, Charles. We've got CRF Motorsport right up on the back of Going Racing Ruby here for the amateur GT3s. The gap is less than half a second, or it is just about half a second, I should say. Battle on. Mercedes versus BMW. Fendi Racing, I don't know what's happened. I'm assuming damage is on their car and they're having to try and navigate that. But they've been dropping like a stone in a lake, and it's a shame because they were really looking for the category win. But it looks to be that CRF might take top honours here if there's anything to go by. They've really closed in on Going Racing Ruby.
Well, they may be short on fuel as well. They may be having a fuel save, but the BMW behind stopped 10 laps later. So it may be that he's trying to stretch to the end to just try and get the last couple of laps without having to stop again. And the BMW is in full song and has got plenty of fuel to get to the end of the race. So this is
it's funny, you feel the race is done, and then the next thing you know, it's flipped on its head, and you know, there's 15 seconds left until we get to 3 hours, and then we'll see the flag for the final lap, the white flag. And this still could be a change in the lead right up to the very finish line. CRF Motorsport going at it, Ruby right in front of them, and there's still a chance here for a change of the lead in these closing stages now. It's going to be do or die though, because the laps are closing down. I say laps, it's going to be seconds really are closing down. The corners are, you can count them down probably at this point. 3 hours is up, last lap coming up now, so they'll probably get to the line and go round once more.
just kind of, I'm trying to look and see where the leader is. There he is.
He is
coming through. I don't know if he's going to take the checker. If he's taking the checker this time, that means that those cars will be taking the white flag when they come back into the start-finish line. So obviously very close. I did see Prototipo actually pitted as well. They had to come in for a splash. So they gave up that P3 they had inherited from Pneumatic. So it's Pneumatic at purple in third and Prototipo in fourth.
And I tell you what, Charles, these guys, they've got only a few corners to go, because I think they will see the checkered flag when they get to the line. And it's going to be back-to-back victories for them. Nicholas and Renard both having a sensational Le Mans and another sensational race here at Algarve in Portugal, or Portimao as the locals sometimes call it. Rounding the final corner off though, Nicholas Vincent, the French driver with his French teammate, come to take the checkered flag across the line and win the third round here of the iRacing Team Endurance Series. Punk Crew Pink have been laps, so they've finished. They've just crossed the line as well. It is between German Pitbulls for second and Team FFSR for third. I don't think there's going to be a change there. But my word, back-to-back victories then for the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster. That's got to be some achievement for them. LMP2's up next, and Lewis Clark inherited the lead a few laps ago after Echelon had to make a splash and dash at the end, and they managed to keep the gap that they got on that pit exit, rounding the final corner themselves. The British pair, I believe, once again having an absolute monster of a performance. They come home and take top spot in that LMP2 class, and what a class it was this evening. Just the GT3s left.
Sonic Racing.
They've just crossed the line too.
They got the win, 5.5 seconds over Solpec. So now just the AMs left.
Yeah, Going Racing Ruby still out in front from CRF Motorsport. Is 0.8 of a gap at the moment. I don't think is going to be enough time here for CRF to make a move. But who knows what's going to happen post-race because of incidences earlier on. But either way, through the second to last corner they go now. The red Mercedes firing on all cylinders to come and take this checkered flag in first. Going Racing Ruby once again having a fantastic result here this evening. They've been going strong all season in the amateur class and once again take top honours here for the GT3 amateur category. CRF Motorsport will take second, and Fendi Racing did manage to come home in third position. And what a race that was, Charles. Completely different again from last month at Le Mans, and absolutely titillating stuff, you could say.
Absolutely was. Yeah, what a topsy-turvy race. So many changes, not necessarily for the lead, but so many battles all over the track. And just once you think that you've got a car that's out front that's just going to run away, you know, you get incident involving them or around them that they get caught up in. And so yeah, it just, you know, things changed every other lap, it seemed like, and ended up being, once again, fantastic race. These guys are driving lights out, but man, it was a very, I bet everybody's gonna sleep well tonight. It was a very difficult race to run.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can, again, speaking from experience, I did Zolder a couple of weeks ago. That's a short circuit as well. GT3s, of course, a bit slower paced, but you're constantly hacking at the wheel. And this is one of those circuits very similar to that. You are constantly turning the wheel. The straights are not that long here. So the endurance that you need, even in the sim world where you've not got all the forces going for you still need some endurance in your upper body, in your legs as well for the pedals. It all does still come together. And I can tell you now, you know, by the end of a race, I'm normally sweating. I've not got the best fitness, but it's not awful. And even I sweat at a sim. So I can only imagine what these guys are having to do, you know, navigating traffic. They're in a massively quick car around a circuit that is just constantly throwing corner after corner at you. It's such impressive stuff from these guys.
Yeah, it really is. Fantastic race. 117 laps for a 3-hour race. It just goes to show you this. It was quite a difficult spectacle, and you know, hats off to everybody that finished that. That was
yeah, well done, everyone.
It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, well done there. You can see the race results. Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster take the win. Back-to-back victories, I am pretty sure, for them. Le Mans and now here at Algarve. And German Pitbulls, they've had a good result there, finishing second position after another brilliant result for them last week at Le Mans. So top two drivers, or teams I should say, in the top podium positions once again, month after month I should say. Brilliant stuff. Team FFSR, they round out that podium, and you've got Punk Crew, Pink, Precision Racing, 100 Force, Precision Racing again, Team Tenuto, Pneumatic Motorsports and Hyperion Racing rounding out your top 10. RD Simsport, Wild Deuce Racecraft, Punk Crew Grey, FFSR Cinderella, CRF Motorsports, Simsport 2, and then we got Moose Motorsport, who were unfortunately unable to finish. Neither were the bottom team. That I don't actually think Team Cao Young were meant to be here, so you can kind of ignore that off the bottom there. So yeah, we saw that big collision at turn number 1. But either way, those are your race results for top class. We'll move over to LMP2.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the win, Punk Crew Blue in LMP2 class with a nice 3-second cushion over Echelon Simsport. Pneumatic Purple finishes in 3rd. Bear Pope Pro Tipo finishes in 4th. Punk Crew Gold in 5th. Dog Bear Bark in 6th. Team FFSR Maison Carré Dubai in 7th. Blue Chip Racing Black in 8th. West Coast Racing Endurance Blue in 9th, and SimHQ Motorsports White rounds out your top 10. And pretty tight. It was only 6 laps down for the bottom team. So all these LMP2 teams did a really good job today.
Yeah, they really did. Great result for them all there. We'll move over to the GT3s, the pros first of all. And Sonic Racing Team, after having an incident earlier on, having an amazing comeback. We'll get to talk to those guys soon and see how they felt the race went. But yeah, they took top honours and take the win with Solpec Precision in 2nd, and Penguin RC rounding out that podium there for the pro category. And it was very much a race of survival for a lot of these teams out there. You've then got RD Simsport 3, Bear Pope Enduro, Team Tenuto, Bear Pope Workers Union, Solpec Precision again, Tectonic, Fendi, Arc Motorsports, Echelon, Hyperion Racing, Fendi, PCA Sim Racing and Hyperion Racing once again is your full grid. And even then, it's a very tight GT3 Pro category, you could say as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And even tighter in the AM class, we got Go Win Racing Ruby, provisional winner. Obviously, I think there's going to be some stewarding that will take place. CRF finishes in second. We're a little unsure. I think we got a note that that might be the wrong category, but we'll just give these as the unofficial results. Fendi Racing 383 in third, Bear Pope Zero in fourth. Back Painted Eye Strain rounds out your top five. Longhorn Racing Carbon in sixth, Lunatic Racing in seventh, Solpec 112 in eighth, Go Win Racing Sapphire in ninth, Hung Crew White in 10th, Longhorn Racing Chrome in 11th, Maradness in 12th, CMS Racing Endurance in 13th, Penguin RC Am in 14th, CMS Racing Titanium in 15th, and the Fendi Racing 283 car, only 12 laps down to the leader, rounds out your Am grid of 16.
Well, that is the rundown of the entire racing grid now. So over to some interviews for each category winners here this evening. Charles, is there anyone you would like to have a word with first?
I'm going to stay with the GT3s, and we're going to talk with Eugene Maltsev of Go Win Racing Ruby, I believe, who took the top spot provisionally in the GT3 AM class. Is that right? That sounds right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eugene, welcome in.
Thank you.
Along with Nick. Very interesting final, hour, 30 minutes or so of battling between you and Sonic Racing. So just talk about that from your perspective.
It was interesting. We were definitely watching their fuel, and it seemed like they were saving there towards the end. I think they ended up doing one lap shorter than we did, but
yeah, I think it was Fendi that we were chasing most of the race.
Fendi, yeah.
Obviously the first driver had a lot of pace, and we were kind of didn't expect to catch up to them towards the end, but I was actually kind of surprised when Nick told me the car in front of me was the leader. So at that point I was just pushing, and he defended really well, and I think I forced him into a mistake at the last hairpin there and got the position, and then kind of had to give it back away after spinning myself. So kind of back and forth there.
Yeah. So talk about the obviously we saw lots of incidents involving multi-class battles.
Yep.
So it just looked like there's a couple corners. I think we identified turn 8, turn 13, the kind of the tight hairpins is real trouble spots.
For me, it was mostly the medium speed corners and just pretty much the third sector where, you look at your rearview mirror, your virtual mirror, and kind of assume that there's no way they're going to dive you, and then all of a sudden they're at your starboard side or your port side. So, it's definitely a difficult race, not just for the drivers, but for the spotters as well. Like I was talking nonstop when Nick was driving and vice versa. I wouldn't say it was extreme, but definitely sketchy at times with the prototypes, just how fast they are compared to us on this track.
So final question before we let you go. Did you end up with any issues with the new debris system? As far as maybe some marbles or some gravel being pulled back on the track by cars that were coming back on, did that kind of hinder you a little bit?
Definitely, just the gravel and the marbles, like you said, on the racing line. You just lose 50%, 60% of your grip, especially under braking. So, I do like the addition. I think maybe they should consider tweaking it a little bit, just because. If you see a car up ahead of you that touch the gravel, they look like they're in smoke for the next 2-3 corners. So maybe just limiting the amount of debris that gets generated on the track would be a good start.
Well, you never can tell. I'm sure that there'll be adjustments made because there always are. So we'll let you go ahead and give any thanks or shout outs to any of your sponsors.
Thank you to all the sponsors that help put on the league and stuff like that. Thank you for guys doing the broadcast each and every race. Thanks to the rest of our team, our boys over there in the Sapphire car. Wasn't their race today, but they kept going forward there at the end, and Eugene?
Yeah, we've been in other leagues in the past similar to this one, but I think just the civility of everyone and everyone's pretty friendly and nobody's really dirty in the track and anything like that. So just a shout out to the general vibe of the group.
All right. Thank you, guys. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
See you in the next race. All right.
Lovely. Well, I think I'm going to bring Miguel in now. We'll keep it with GT3s.
Okay.
So, hello, Miguel. Welcome along. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Sonic Racing Team GT3 winner this evening. Talk us through it. I mean, how are you feeling after that one? Race win? It's got to feel good.
Yeah, very tired as well. Quite more effort than we expected, but it all ended well in the end.
Yeah, it certainly did. You've obviously had a bit of a comeback story this evening because at one point you sort of had not a moment, but you were touched in the rear, spun around. I mean, what was going through your mind at that present moment because you were leading?
Yes, some expletives that I won't be repeating here, but yeah, we were saving a lot, minding our tire consumption as well, and yeah, just the new damage model contact that spun us around. But yeah, we just try to keep our heads down, keep saving, keep not trying to tear our tires down. Then my teammate entered the car. He did a pretty solid stint as well. And then yeah, when we came out, just a matter of not making mistakes, trying to manage the traffic. That was pretty hard today, but I think it played out well in terms of fuel consumption. We still had to lift quite a bit. We underfueled by mistake, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it worked out either way. You mentioned there the traffic. Maybe you can give us a bit more of an insight or a thought process in the driver's view of how that is navigating, especially this circuit. It seemed very difficult. And how was that for you today in the slowest category?
Yeah, I think it was just unpredictability from the faster drivers. Just sending the car in some places where, yeah, either we didn't expect or just repeated moves several laps, like in the same corner. That was frustrating us as well. But yeah, we had some moments also with the AM cars trying to get past them, but I guess that's just multi-class racing. So just have to be patient and wait a bit sometimes.
Yeah, you certainly do. A bit of part and parcel of this kind of racing. But you finished on the top step. You've had a fantastic run this evening. I mean, that's got to lift your spirits going into the second part of this championship now.
Yeah, we had a bad race, the last race, and let's see if we can keep showing up in the interviews or in the podium at least, and be constant there.
Lovely. Well, it's been a pleasure having you here. Anybody you would like to shout out, sponsors or people you'd like to thank?
Yeah, the entire team, my teammates and the teammate that drove the race with me for a solid race as well. And that's it. Thank you.
No worries. Well, thank you for being here, Miguel, and well done. Congratulations on your win, and good luck with the rest of the season for you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Lovely. Well, Charles, I've got two options. Who would you like to have?
Let's go ahead and I'll let you have the overall winner. We'll talk with Scott Haddock of Punk Crew Blue, winners in the LMP2 class.
Lovely. Well, here we go.
Scott, LMP2 win for Punk Crew Blue. Congratulations. Go talk about your race. It was from our standpoint, it was very, very, it was a busy race for everybody.
Yeah, busy is the understatement, I would say. Some of the stuff that you get caught up in, and mostly the GT3 battles was the hardest thing to deal with today. When you get 4, 5, 6 of them in a bunch, and trying to work through them on a track like Algarve is challenging to say the least.
So with the changes that iRacing brought in for the new season, did you notice a difference between the in your battles with the LMDH class?
Yeah, they were a little more respectful this time, that's for sure. I think the pace difference after iRacing did their update is more noticeable now. So I think it's giving people almost a false sense of confidence in some of them, but you could definitely tell the speed difference today. That was for sure.
Cool. So great race for you guys. So what are you looking forward to for the next round?
Another win. That's all we're here to do.
There you go. There you go. Well, I'll let you go ahead and let you thank anybody that you want to thank, Scott, and then we'll let you go and celebrate.
Clark. I wouldn't be able to do it without him. And Adam, congrats on the baby. He was my fill-in for last week, and we're here to race clean and take home some W's.
All right, Scott, congratulations, and we'll see you next round.
Thanks, guys.
Lovely, thanks, Scott. Well, there we have it. And then we've got the overall race winner here. I'll get both of them in here. We've got Nicholas and Renard, the overall winners here this evening for the LMDH class. And boys, I know you're from France, and I think one of you struggled to speak English, but we'll try our best here. How did that all go for you?
Ash, I'm gonna just jump in.
Sorry.
Emilien
I got a note that we've got a translator this time. So we'll need to bring all those guys in so we can make sure that everybody gets understood.
Is that Emilian? I'm
yes.
Bringing
yeah,
lovely. Fantastic. Well, I'll bring them
Thank
all
you.
in. No worries at all. Well, we try to be inclusive, of course. Make sure
Thank
everyone's
you very
welcome.
much.
And, well, boys, well done. Congratulations. That's back-to-back wins. That's got to feel good.
Bravo les gars, c'est 2 victoires coup sur coup, ça doit faire du bien.
Ah, ça fait vraiment plaisir, oui. Ça fait vraiment plaisir.
Yeah, they're basically very happy. It's been a tough week to work on the setup, and they're really delighted to end up on a high, especially considering that Renault will have to undergo surgery, so it will be a bit of time waiting before getting back in the sim for him.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, first of all, I'll say, well, good luck with that. Make sure, fingers crossed, first of all, and all goes well for Renault with the surgery. No worries. But in the racing sense again, how was the traffic today? I think everyone struggled with it. It's such a short circuit here. What was it like navigating the slower cars?
Qu'est-ce que ça faisait de naviguer au travers du trafic pendant cette course? C'est un circuit qui est plutôt court, c'était pas évident aujourd'hui, donc comment vous avez géré ça?
C'était plutôt difficile au début. On a eu, en plus de ça, c'était notre première course avec la mise à jour et les marbles. Donc, en plus d'avoir du trafic compliqué, quand on était plus sur la trajectoire, il fallait aussi prendre en compte que la voiture pivotait moins, freinait moins fort et tout ça. Donc, ça a été assez compliqué au final. Et puis, bon, au fur et à mesure des tours, on s'y habitue. Mais c'était très, très, très stressant et ça demandait énormément de concentration.
It was quite stressful for the whole lineup because it was their first race since the new update and the marbles staying on track, so they had to take into account the fact that on top of changing the line to overtake, you have to care about the change of behavior of the car, be really careful with the braking zones and the general balance of the car. So it was quite stressful. You get used to it through the race, but in the end, they managed it really well, so they're happy with that.
Understandable. And, well, 2 strong performances back-to-back, of course, for the team. I mean, surely going into the latter half then of this series, what is their aims and expectations?
Bon, évidemment, avec 2 victoires coup sur coup, c'est exceptionnel. Quelles sont les ambitions de l'équipe sur la fin du championnat?
C'est juste d'accumuler un maximum de belles perfs et si possible de victoires. On ne pense pas du tout au championnat, mais juste de faire le meilleur de nous-mêmes à chaque course.
The goal is basically to just focus on ourselves. keep digging, do as good as possible every round. They're not thinking about the championship yet, so they just want to take it race by race.
I think sensible answer is what I would say to that. So no, that understandable and fair play as well. Well, I will give it to them. Is there anyone they would like to thank you for this evening, sponsors or anyone else?
Est-ce que ce soir vous avez des personnes que vous avez envie de remercier, des sponsors, des gens de votre famille pour en profiter d'être sur le stream?
Yes. Déjà, merci à la TX3. Merci à Michael Costa. Merci à Stéphane Koch surtout, qui nous laisse l'opportunité de vivre ces moments-là et de nous offrir une structure aussi chouette. Et merci à Thibaut aussi, j'oublie pas Thibaut, et à notre nouveau sponsor Go Setup aussi.
Yeah, they want to thank the team first of all. Stéphane Koch, who is the team owner, and he allows us to live those wonderful experiences. Thank you to Michael Costa, our race engineer, Thibaut, who helped us as well during this championship. Maybe I'm forgetting someone else, but and the new sponsor, Go Setup, for their wonderful setup since they launched the shop. It's been a pleasure to work with them. So thank you everyone.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much for translating, and
you're welcome.
I'm sure they can understand me when I say thank you for being here in the interviews as well. So lovely. Thank you very much, boys. Good luck, and looking forward to the rest of the season with you as well.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Well, Charles, I think that wraps up this evening.
I think it does. I feel more educated now.
I think you're quite right. Yeah, I certainly feel like I need to brush up on my French a bit more. But I got Mercy. That was my best.
I did hear that. I did hear that as well.
Well, that puts the end to the third round here for the iRacing Team Endurance Championship, powered by Champion Motorsport as well. And obviously big thanks to our sponsors once again, Masterworks, RC Penguin, Nick Paquin, Moradness as well. So, and if I forgot any, I do apologise. I'm pretty sure that's all of them though. And thank you for being here as well, Charles, and Samuli behind the scenes. You guys obviously make this easier as well, particularly Samuli, making sure the broadcast runs smoothly. And Charles, you're keeping me company, and I always love that.
Oh, appreciate it. Always enjoy calling a race here, and this was it's a fantastic race. It was drama filled from start to finish, and looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've finished the first half of the season. We've got the second half to go. So in a month's time, 9th of February, we'll be heading over to my homeland, and we'll be racing at Donington Park for the fourth round here of this championship. Another circuit, very tight and twisty, very short as well. So I can't imagine it being too dissimilar from this evening. Could be quite chaotic. So don't miss that next time out on the 9th of February, but I'm sure you'll all get your notifications up and running, ready to go for the next round. But apart from that, that is all from us here at Apex Racing TV. Once again, thank you, Charles. Thank you, Samuli, myself, Ashley Denman, Charles, and we've all brought you the broadcast here. And we'll see you all in a month's time for the next round of the iRacing Team Endurance Championship. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.